Honorary speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I'm Angelina from Telkom University Indonesia. It's an honor for me to be the moderator of this morning session. Our keynote speaker for this session would be Professor Dr. Chan Ye-kit. Please let me read his profile. Professor Engineer Dr. Chan Ye-kit received his bachelor degree in electrical engineering from the University of Malaya. He obtained his master and PhD degrees in microwave engineering from the Multimedia University, Malaysia. He is currently the Deputy Dean and Professor of Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Malaysia. He is a registered professional engineer with Board of Engineers Malaysia and Professional Technologies with Malaysia Board of Technologies. He is also the senior member of Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, IEEE, professional member of Institutional of Geospatial and Remote Sensing Malaysia, IGRSM, and senior member of the Institution of Engineers, Malaysia. In year 2021, he has awarded the Top Research Scientist Malaysia, TRSM, by Academy of Sciences Malaysia, ASM, and recently admitted as Fellow of Asian Academy of Engineers and Technology in year 2022. Prof. Chan is presently the Honorary Treasurer of the IEEE Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society Chapter, Malaysia Session. His research interests includes microwave remote sensing, synthetic aperture radar design, radar sensor development, and RF system design. All right, and today he will deliver his keynote speech entitled Precision Agriculture Using Remote Sensing. He will deliver his speech for about 40 to 50 minutes and will be followed by a question and answer session for about 10 until 20 minutes. And during his presentation, I would like to invite all participants. You are all welcome to type in your questions in the chat box. I will read it later to be answered by Prof. Chan. And also, if time allows, I will also let you participants to deliver your questions in person during the Q&A session. Just please use the raise hand button to let us know. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Prof. Chan to deliver his speech. Prof. Chan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Associate Professor Angelina. Okay, so I would like to present my keynotes now. Okay, let me share my screen.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, that's good, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Okay, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to this conference, the 11th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology. I'm Chan. Okay, you can call me Ye-kit, right? Okay, I'm from MMU. Okay, and currently attached to the Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Multimedia University. So today I would like to share a little bit on the precision agriculture using remote sensing. Okay. So basically my background is microwave remote sensing. Okay. So today I would like to briefly go through what is precision agriculture, the background of remote sensing, and how we can utilize the remote sensing technology in the precision agriculture. And also I will talk a bit on the recent development, okay, especially on disease detection using remote sensing, in particularly using the UAV platform. And I would, if the time is allowable, then I will also talk a bit on our recent project on the drone-based hyperspectral imaging system that developed in our university, right? Okay. So first of all, a little bit on the background. Okay, why we need, why we are so focused on the precision agriculture. Okay, so in Malaysia, agriculture will be the one of the biggest contribution in terms of GDP okay, after the manufacturing sector, service sector, and also the mining and the quarrying sector. So agriculture did become our major pillar of economic contribution in Malaysia. And of course, within this agriculture sector, the palm oil will be one of the biggest contribution, right? Contributor in terms of agriculture sector, with about 99.1 billion, okay, in the year 2022, right? Okay. And of course, when we look at the oil palm production worldwide, right? So we will notice that the Indonesia will be the biggest world palm production country, okay, followed by Malaysia, Thailand, etc., etc. Right? Okay. So in another words, basically the production of the oil palm industry, okay, in either in Indonesia or Malaysia, okay, is very crucial in terms of supporting the worldwide supply, right? So we will always wanted to have better or higher yield, okay, and also to reduce the losses when among the production processor, right? So that's why we are there is a need for us to focus on the techniques to improve the agriculture industry, right? Okay, and of course, we also can look at the some others production, cereal production. This is on 2021. So we can also notice, okay, actually a lot of country, okay, basically most of the country in the world are products produce the cereal, okay, including maize, wheat, rice, barley, etc. Right? Okay, so including Malaysia and also Indonesia, we will always trade the rice as our main food, right? Okay, so we have to make sure that the production is sufficient in order to fulfill the demand of the country and the people, right? Okay, and looking at the agriculture output, of course, it is always increasing trend, right? Okay, so from up to 2019. Okay, so the output, agriculture output in terms of USD, okay, is more than 4 trillion USD, right? Okay, so it will keep on increasing because the demand of worldwide demand, right? Okay, and of course, when we talk about this demand and supply problem, right? Okay, so the supply of the food, okay, mostly will be insufficient, okay, due to the worldwide population, right? According to the World Bank, right? Okay, so 9.2% of the world population face hunger in 2022, and this is an increasing trend when you look at the figure of 2019 and 2022. So there is an increasing trend, and food insecurity will be one of the major problem that we need to tackle. Okay, so the World Bank have also announced to contribute in terms of 30 billion of USD in order to hopefully to solve this food insecurity problem, and to make sure that they are food sustainability in terms of the supplying, okay, and also the nutrition security, right? Okay, and of course, I think everybody is very familiar with the SDG goal, right? Number 2, okay, which is the zero hunger. Okay, so we have to promote sustainable agriculture, right? So we have to think what we can contribute as a researcher, as a scientist, as an engineer. Okay, so what can we do in order to help the agriculture industry, right? Okay. So probably we can reflect back what actually happened in the agriculture revolution, right? Okay. So agriculture 1.0, right? Okay. Basically is a manual farming, right? Okay. We use human the labor, okay, and also probably with the help of cow, okay, to proceed with the seeding and also the process of um, take caring of the plantation and up to the harvesting, okay, the whole cycle. But basically the process is all manual. Okay, we use the labor and also probably we use some the cow to help us to do farming, right? Okay, and of course agriculture 2.0, okay, is about industrialization, right? So in this stage, the machinery have been used, okay, the machinery have been used from the probably the nurturing state out to the growing state and harvesting state. So they are machinery that help to do the seeding, do the spraying of pesticide or fertilizer, okay, and also machinery that we can help to do harvesting, okay. And of course, in order to produce, to increase the production or increase the yield of the farm, okay, agriculture revolution 3.0 involving the biotechnology, okay, whereby we improve the DNA of the plant, okay, the seed, right, okay, so that we can produce higher production kind of plantation and probably more resist to the natural disasters such as the insect or the disease attack, right? And now, of course, everybody talking about Industrial Revolution 4.0, whereby it's timely for us to involve some latest technology in order to improve the agriculture industry, right? Okay, so in this stage, this is what we are going to talk about, the precision agriculture, using the latest technology to acquire the information of the plantation, okay, so that we can help the farmer to understand more about their plant and take necessary action in order to improve the production, right? Okay, and of course, talking about traditional agriculture, so this is all the challenge that we face. Okay, that's why we need the advanced technology to come in order to solve the problem that we face. Right? Okay. Basically, we know that the traditional farmer, okay, so we are basically is labor intensive, right? So we need a lot of manpower in order to produce or in order to execute the daily job in the farm, right? Okay, so and of course young generation, when the young generation look at those traditional way of agriculture, so which involving uh, the manual type of the work in the farm, okay, so normally they don't really interested lah, right? Okay, and what we have is all those aging farmer lah, okay, and of course when their age is going relatively high, the productivity of the farmer also become uh, lower lah, okay, so this will cause a lot of problem, okay, and also causing the productivity of the farm to be reduced, okay, and therefore in a lot of country, in Malaysia also, we are depends on the migrant workers, right? So we import the workers, okay, and hopefully they can solve the problem of shortage of the workers, okay, but also this will be part of the problem as well, right? Example, during the MCO period, right? Most of the workers are going back to their country. Therefore, we have shortage not only in agriculture but in others sector as well, right? The manufacturing sector, the servicing sector. So when we depends on the foreign workers, so we may have this problem. Okay, so we need to always fill up. Okay, we need to always hire the workers. And what if we don't have those supply of the workers? Okay, so we will have a problem of although we have the agriculture output, but there is nobody that able to take care and nobody that able to harvest the fruit example, right? Okay, and of course old farmer, they basically is still using the traditional methods to do the farming, so the productivity is basically very low, And of course, due to their age problem, okay, it is not easy for us to train them in terms of exploring of using a latest technology, right? Okay, and there are also problem of land degradation, okay, because of unsustainable land management practice. So we use too many chemicals on the land, okay, such as the fertilizer and also pesticizer, okay, so it will cause the land quality to be degraded, right? Okay, and of course, another problem is lack of this monitoring lah. Okay, what we means over here is the real-time monitoring of the plant himself on the farm himself, right? So we sometimes we may need to know the status of the plantation, right? Okay, so because they may have some unwanted event, right? Okay, example, uh, attacked by the insect, right? Okay, uh, attacked by the disease, right? Okay, lack of water supply, okay, probably due to the problem of irrigation system, right? Okay, so and if the farm or the size of the plantation is huge, so it is very difficult to do sort of manual kind of inspection, okay, or manual kind of monitoring for the whole plantation. Okay, so if we have the technology to oversee the plant, okay, 24 hours, and also we can also observe a huge, larger area so that we can report to the farmer if there is anything happen that will be good, right? Okay, and of course, traditional farmer, okay, always rely on on the middleman, okay, in order to assess the market lah. Okay, of course we will not talk about this. Okay, so what we're trying to solve is probably the first few problem lah, right? Okay. And what is precision agriculture? Okay, so sometimes we may heard about the word of smart farming as well, precision farming. Okay, so this is basically the same terms. Okay, precision agriculture, precision farming, smart farming, right? Okay, so when we talk about smart, meaning there is something intelligent will be involved, lah, right? And of course, we will use some technology in order to help in terms of the farming lah. Okay, so we will use some latest technology, okay, in order to acquire the information of the farm. Okay, the information that we gather from the farm, we will do the analysis, and of course, this analysis will lead to some output lah. Okay, example, to control the amount of fertilizer use, amount of the water use, pesticide use, okay, to make sure that we harvest in time, okay, to make sure that we will take appropriate action when unwanted event is happening, such as a disease is attacking the farm, right? Okay, so basically, what precision agriculture wanted to do is to maximize the output lah, okay, maximize the yield of the farm, the yield of the crops, the yield of the plantation, and minimize the input, okay, especially on the water usage, fertilizer use, and pesticide use, okay. And with that, then we will have more cost-effective way of running the farm, okay, or the plant, okay, and of course, it will lead to more profitable to the owner of the farm as well, right? Okay, and one of a very important effect is we will also ensure the sustainable and it is environmental friendly, okay, when we try to use the appropriate amount of fertilizer and pesticide, okay, as well as the water usage, then it will help in terms of contributing to the environmental friendly, right? Okay, so I think everybody know about the benefits, right? Okay, so we will have resource efficiency. So what have I mentioned just now? We can minimize the usage of the water, fertilizer, pesticide. Okay, reduce waste, and of course, most importantly, the environment. We preserve the environmental, right? Okay, and of course, with the reducing of the usage of water, fertilizer, pesticide, is the cost saving lah, right? It's a cost saving, and eventually it will lead to more profitable lah, right? Okay, so environmental sustainable. We reduce chemical runoff, greenhouse gas emission, and also we will improve the environmental lah, right? Okay. And since we are collecting information from the farm himself, right? Okay, so the decision making will be based on the data that we collect. Okay, so there is no more. I would say no more lah. Okay, so previously the traditional farming, we are very much based on the experience of the farmer, right? Okay, so the farmer will look at the example, the paddy field, look at the weather. Okay, but now if say an inexperienced farmer, okay, a new farmer, okay, a young generation wanted to involve in this agriculture industry, okay, probably they are lack of this experience in terms of running a farm, right? So this data-driven decision making, okay, based on the real-time data and analysis, will help the young generation basically to make more uh, uh, I wouldn't say it's better decision, but basically they have some guidance in terms of making a decision. Okay, it's not just blindly make a decision, but based on the data that the gator through the system, and also the train of the information, then they can make a better decision in terms of take caring of the plant, right? And of course, we will help to increase the productivity, right? Okay, so the yield will be higher because we can immediately, say example, we can immediately identify the problem of the plant, okay, and we improve the resources management, right? Okay, so this is all the benefit of the precision agriculture. Okay, so in order to transform the traditional farm into a smart farming, right? So various technology will be involved lah, basically. Okay, so we need the support of the technology. Okay, so in order to observe the farm, okay, so we need to perform some data collection. So typically this data collection will be real time lah, right? Okay, so the data collection will be real time, okay, and the data will be fit to will be broadcast to basically to maybe to the crowd, okay, so that the system can perform data analysis on the data that we collect, and we can feedback to the farmer. Okay, of course, we need to have the technology of remote access so that we can do some controlling on our system to do automation kind of process, example, to do the watering, okay, or to control the irrigation system, right? Okay, and schedule planning, and based on the data that we analyze, okay, we can have some decision support system lah. Okay, we can provide some guidance to the farmer so that they can make the decision quickly. Okay, and of course, all this help of technology will help us to do the response in real time. Okay, we do the automation of the agriculture to take caring of the farm, and also eventually will lead to the high productivity of the farm, right? Okay, so what we are talking about, okay, at the sorry, so in the process of gathering the information, okay, and also to do the analysis, right? So what we did is actually we wanted to digitize the farm, right? Wanted to digitize the farm. It's just like IR 4.0 for the factory, for the industry. Okay, so they are going to digitize their factory. Okay, but in this case, we are going to digitize our farm, so that we can get the real-time information of the farm. We know what actually happening in the farm, right? Okay, so through for to perform this farm digitization, okay, so what we need is actually we need a multiple sensors. Okay, so we need a lot of sensors. Okay, different sensor collecting different information. Example, we need to collect the soil moisture. We need to collect the soil information, the temperature. Okay, the condition of the plant. Okay, etc., etc., right? Okay, so of course people are utilizing IoT devices lah, okay, that you mostly I think everybody come across the IoT device, right? So they will put IoT device in a plant, okay, then we will collect the information, okay, the temperature, the probably the weather condition, okay, the soil content, etc., etc. Okay, but typically IoT system, they are uh, the coverage of IoT system, because it's a single point kind of collection. So the coverage may not be very big, right? So in order to take care a big farm, okay, so probably we need to use a lot of IoT devices or IoT station, right? Okay, and another technology that probably we can utilize is remote sensing technology, right? So the advantage of a remote sensing technology, basically it is able to cover a bigger area compared to the IoT station, right? Okay, so I will briefly go through um, the definition of the remote sensing. Okay, so remote sensing basically, okay, these two terms are remote and sensing, right? So remote means we are observing the object from a distance, right? Okay, so this remote sensing means we trying to capture some information for the object that we are actually observing, right? So the technique of obtaining information at a certain distance, okay, using a special instrument, okay, and the special instrument, typically we name it as a sensor, right? So there is a sensor collecting information, and all this information we can produce certain output, such as the images of the object, okay, such as the a graph, okay, a graph that showing the property of the target, okay. So this data also can be analyzed, okay, using various AI technique, okay, to do further kind of applications such as classification, etc. And of course, it can be always store in the cloud, so that people can share to the researcher, or share to the farmer, so that they can obtain those information immediately, right? Okay, so the key is we will need to collect the information at a certain distance, right? And remote sensing, basically, we can classify it into two. One is passive remote sensing. The other one will be the active remote sensing, right? So passive remote sensing, basically, it will depends on the external source. Okay, external source, in this case, will be referred to our sunlight, right? Sunlight is one of them, okay. Of course, we can use a fresh light or etc. to replace the sunlight, if example in the indoor environment, right? Okay, so this passive remote sensing, it is typically referred to optical remote sensing, right? Okay, it's typical referred to optical remote sensing. Of course, microwave remote sensing do have passive remote sensing as well, okay. But for agriculture, so it is typically for referred to as a optical remote sensing. So whereby we will have RGB image produced, okay. So it's red, green, blue, which is a normal image, okay. And we have multi-spectral image, meaning we have different spectrum that we are interested. Then we will capture it in simultaneously at the same time. And we also have hyperspectra, meaning the coverage, a higher coverage of the spectra, okay, spectrum compared to the multispectral imaging. And we also have thermal imaging, right? Okay. And for active remote sensing, why it's called active is because it illuminate its own source, right? Okay, so illuminate its own source, then it will not depend on the external source, right? Meaning it can operate at any time, right? So passive remote sensing, the problem is it is rely on external source. Okay, example sunlight. Okay, so without sunlight, then we cannot take picture at outdoor. So this is an example, right? Okay, but for active remote sensing, since we have own source of illumination, okay, we can perform the measurement anytime, right? We can perform the measurement anytime, 24 hours. So this is the advantages of active remote sensing. So typically active remote sensing, what we have is we are using microwave, right? So the system typically are called radar, right? So radar system transmit and receive the signal, transmit and receive the reflected signal from the target. Okay, and of course we also have LiDAR, right? So radar using microwave and LiDAR typically using light, right? Okay, it's a laser. Okay, okay. So optical remote sensing. Okay, I have already mentioned. Okay, so basically is optical remote sensing or the optical signal is also considered as electromagnetic signal, right? So basically is the reflection, okay, from the target. We will capture the reflection from the target, and in order to form an image, right? Okay. So the advantages of this optical remote sensing, it is the instantaneous field of view is very large, right? Okay, the angle, okay, that we are able to observe the target is very large. Not basically we do not need to do geometry correction. Okay, simple geometry correction will do. Okay, of course we are not talking about those wide angle camera. Okay, but in agriculture, precision agriculture, we do not need to use wide angle camera, so we do not need to have very sophisticated geometry correction. Okay, and do not need to have very sophisticated processing system as well, right? So once we capture the image, basically what then you can directly see what is the output. Example, RGB camera. You use your handphone, you capture the image. That is what you can observe already the output, right? Okay, so it's very straightforward, right? And the disadvantage is, of course, there is some limitation, right? Sunlight dependence and also weather dependence. Okay, sunlight, then it will cause we cannot operate in the night time, lah. Okay, we only can operate in daytime. And of course, weather, raining, etc. Probably we cannot have a good view of the image. Okay, another thing is in tropical region, example in Malaysia, right? Okay, so if you have an optical camera on board of the satellite, because the tropical country like us, Malaysia, so we are always covered by the cloud. So the optical signal will not able to penetrate through cloud. So if the sensor is on board this satellite, okay, so probably it will blocked by the crowd, then we are not able to see what happening on the ground, right? Okay, so this illustration of how the optical remote sensing. So the sunlight, okay, so it will shine and then travel to the target and reflected to the sensor, right? So the reflected solar radiation will be picked up by the sensor and we will form certain kind of images, right? Okay, so this is an example. Okay, so a leaf, right? A leaf. So when the sunlight strike on the leaf, okay, so the portion of the signal will be reflected back, lah. Okay, depends on what is the wavelength. Okay, so because of the leaf, okay, why the leaf is typically green in color, because others wavelength of the signal will be absorbed, okay, by the leaf, and he will reflect mostly on the green color. That's why the leaf looks like green, right? Okay, and if we look at the spectrum, right? Okay, so this is the visible range, near infrared and mid infrared, right? So different different type of the object, right? Soil, vegetation, and also water. So they have different reflection in different wavelength, right? Okay. So you can observe that this soil green vegetation and also water, they have different curve, right? They have different curve. So if we can have observing of the wavelength, okay, with a large spectra, okay, so actually we can have the we can capture the signature of a particular object, right? So you can see the water, the green vegetation, and the soil, they have different curve. Therefore, with wide range of the spectra captured, okay, we can actually classify the types of the target, okay, based on the spectrum that we are observing, lah, right? Okay, so this is one of the advantages why we need to observe uh, uh, larger range of the spectra, lah, compared to we only look at the normal RGB or normal multispectra camera. Okay, hyperspectral camera, okay, which observe a larger spectrum, okay, can actually give us more information, right? Okay, of the same type of the object, right? Okay, so with that we can do more classification. Example, whether the tree is healthy or the tree is not healthy. It is the same tree, but the reflection from the spectra will have different reaction, different signature. Okay, so this is just two image, the RGB versus infrared, right? So the left is the RGB, the right is the infrared, right? So when we look at the RGB, green color means those vegetation, okay, or trees, right? So you look at the center spot, right? We look at the center spot, there is basically not much difference, right, in terms of the coloring, okay? But when you look at the infrared, so this spot and this spot are a bit different in terms of color, right? A bit different in terms of color. They are probably the same type of the plantation, okay, but the reaction under infrared is different, right? So it means that there is certain difference in terms of the property of the plantation, okay. Maybe one of them will have more healthy trees, and the other one probably are a tree that experience stress. Example, less watering or some others problem, right? Okay, so this is what we can observe, okay. And of course, RGB versus multispectra. So multispectra in this case is a NDVI, okay, it's a normalized differential vegetation index, right? Okay, which we captured the infrared and also the red, near infrared, near infrared, and also the red channel, okay, and we do some calculation, and then we have this NDVI, okay. So NDVI will give us some information about the tree properties, okay. So the NDVI, basically the value after we calculate will be range from -1 to 1. So 1 means typically is a very healthy tree, right? When the figures reduce, okay, meaning the tree is not very healthy, okay, and it reached 0, basically it is not a living tree anymore, right? It's not a living tree anymore, and less than 0 to 1 typically is not a tree, right? It's not a tree. Okay, it can be some other things. Maybe it's a water, okay, maybe it's a crowd, etc. Right? Okay, so using this NDVI, we can actually observe and the tree healthiness, okay, whether they are healthy, whether they are in a stress condition, we can tell. Okay, but for RGB, basically we only know the colors only, right? Okay, not much information that we can get. Okay. And we are talking about microwave remote sensing, then is a different kind of technique. We are using a radio wave. Okay, we transmit a radio wave to the target. Okay, this radio wave will interact with the object and reflect it back, right? Okay, so this is illustration now, right? So transmit signal to the target and reflect it back. So the reflection from the target is depends on many factors, okay? So it will depends on the shape of the target. It will depends on the dielectric constant of the target. It will depends on the moisture content of the target. So the information gathered will be a little bit different compared to the optical remote sensing, right? Okay. Okay, so this is just a comparison optical images, and this is the radar images. Sorry, this is not a polymetric, right? So this is a typo, right? It's an optical and a radar image, right? So optical, you can see various color, okay, as you will know, right? Optical, you can see various color. And for these radar images, what you can see is basically intensity, right? Okay, the intensity of the reflection from the target. So the bright color one, okay, so meaning the very bright color one, the white color, meaning stronger reflection from the target. So the dark color in the radar image means is a very weak reflection, right? Okay, so you can see this is the runway, okay, maybe, okay, or the route, right? So the route will have dark color because most of the energy is reflected to some other's direction. But for the forest or tree, so they have higher reflection because of the scattered signal back to the radar, right? And if we use multiple polarization in the radar system, so and we put a color for each of the polarization, then we will have different set of image produced. This is still the same optical images, but we captured different polarization. Okay, so polarization meaning the direction of the electric wave propagate and receive lah, right? So we may have a horizontal wave, which is H, vertical wave, which is V, transmit with H, receive with V, and transmit with H, receive with H, and transmit with H, receive with V, right? So with this combination, okay, it will directly relate to the property of the target himself, and therefore we can put so-called color lah. This color is not the color of the target himself. As you can see, this is already optical images. Okay, so you can compare. It is not the same, but it can tell you what is the similar target on the ground. Okay, example, those white one, definitely they are the same target, right? They are the same type of plant, right? So this is what the purple color one. So they are same type of the plantation, right? So if we do the ground truth, we relate this color with a particular plant and the rest of the color with the other plant, then we can do a classification based on the signal that we get, right? So a polarimetric imaging is a full type of the reflection from the targets that we are able to capture the signature of the target. Okay, just like the hyperspectral images that we have previously, right? Okay, so full polarization images of the radar system, we are able to perform signature retrieve of the particular target, and in this case, we are able to identify what type of the target is on the ground. Okay, so okay. I think I need to speed up a bit. Right, so the remote sensing for precision agriculture. So we have various platforms lah. Okay, UAV, helicopter, aerial photography is airborne, but it's for aerial photography, and airborne for the radar. So the height is a bit different. Space shuttle nowadays is very rare, and very common one is also satellite, right? So now the common data that we can obtain is drone. Okay, because drone we can get the almost real-time data. Okay, and we can deploy it anywhere. Okay, we have satellite also, but the problem of satellite is the revisit time lah. It is sometimes it's very long, right? Okay, so we revisit for the same spot probably take 2 days to 2 weeks time, right? Depends on type of the satellite, right? And of course, airborne can deploy anytime, but it's very expensive lah. This is aircraft, right? Okay, so remote sensing, what can we do? Okay, I think I straight away go to the application. Okay, so for the application for precision agriculture, so what we can do is we can do soil moisture sensing, farm classification, mapping, and land classification. Land characterization, crop health monitoring, yield estimation, disease detection, etc. Right? Okay. Okay, so this is an example of the soil moisture map from one of the paper. So we are using the satellite-borne radar system, okay, to measure to estimate the soil moisture, right? So if you're using optical camera, definitely we are not able to capture this moisture. but the radar system, yes, because the radar system are sensitive to the water content. That's why we can capture the soil moisture of the ground, right? So the satellite flight through these two particular area, okay, Jiulong, and also the other one is what? Wanyan. Okay, so this is Jiulong, this is Wanyan, right? So the radar images, okay, which contain the information of the property of the ground. Okay, one of them will be the moisture. Okay, so we can use, they are using some modeling, okay, SVR, and also modified debris model in order to predict the soil moisture, right? So this is the outcome, right, of the two different technique at the same spot, lah. So I think they are quite identical in terms of the moisture estimation. Is just that the quantum basically a little bit different, right? Okay, so the second method probably will have less moisture content detected compared to the first method. Okay, so with the in situ field measurement, okay, we actually can do the calibration of the data that we obtain, and with that we are able to do precise soil moisture estimation. So soil moisture is directly related to the water. So we are able to know whether the particular area is contains sufficient of water, or if not, then we can do something, right? Okay. Crop species map classification. So classification, yeah. So this is one of the major usage of the remote sensing data, right? Hyperspectral imaging and LiDAR. So in this particular case, they are using hyperspectral camera. So as I mentioned, hyperspectral camera contain huge amount of this spectra information. Therefore, with that, we are able to obtain the signature of a particular plant, and with proper extraction and of the signature, we are able to do classification using various method, AI, deep learning, whatever. Okay, so in this case, they can differentiate the maize, lettuce, cauliflower, potato, etc. Okay, so is and we put a color on the map. So in order for us to observe the map directly for the end user, okay, for the end user, you can observe what is the legend, and then we can actually identify where is the area that covered by the potato example, or for watermelon, right? Okay, so this is for the species, crop species classification, right? Okay, and also crop identification, okay, using optical Sentinel-2 time series. So two different time, okay, so you can see, we can observe the changes of the plantation himself, and also we can identify the different area of the crop, right? Example, we have a paddy field, okay, in 1 and 2, this paddy field, and this is the maize, right? It's a corn, right? It's at this area. So you can observe 1 and 4, they are actually different in terms of color, right? So in the spectral imaging, we can put different color. Therefore, we can identify these two are different type of crops. And if we compare in time series, the reflection, okay, of the coloring also will change, mainly due to the growth cycle, okay, because this is different period already. This is on February. This is on what, March, right? Okay, so the growth area, okay, and also the growth of the example, the paddy field, have different coloring and different reflectivity as well, right? And again, this is what classification, right, on different type of the crops, right? So it's similar, but in this case, we have different type of, in this paper, okay, different type of sorry, machine learning or deep learning method using, right? Okay, so RF, ENN, 1D CNN, 2D CNN, right? But I think there is a match in terms, basically they are quite well matched between each other, right? Okay, for in terms of classification, right? So we are able to classify different type of the crops, okay, using or machine learning method. Okay, okay, just now this one is still hyperspectral imaging, right? Okay, a hyperspectral imaging. Okay, this is again a radar image, right? So different plot with different coloring. Okay, basically, as I mentioned, the polarimetric capability, okay, which is a radar system, we're able to see different reflection, and with the different coloring basically will represent different type of crops, right? Okay, example alfalfa, okay, is in blue color, wheat in a slight red plus purple. Purple is a barley, and this is corn and soybean, right? Okay, and we also can do crops monitoring lah. Okay, as I mentioned, okay, we need to always observe the condition of the farm, right, so that we can take immediate action. Okay, so over here we are using visible infrared. Okay, so to produce an NDVI. Okay, so we can observe whether the through the coloring we can observe whether the farm is stressed or whether the farm is uh, uh, in a normal condition, right? Okay, so let us look at this right hand side, the images, right? So spot A and B, right? Spot A and B, you can see the color is irregular, right? Okay, so if spot A, we may have uh, the red spot at the middle surrounding by the green color, whereas for spot B, the green color gradually change to this red color, right? So these two may indicate different condition. Okay, spot A maybe this is due to the tree experience stress, right? So this mainly probably due to the uneven distribution of the water or maybe fertilizer, right? So the pattern is not consistent. Okay, it can be here and there, right? So this is a gas. So the gas is probably this spot will experience uneven distribution of the water, okay, or uneven distribution of fertilizer, then the cause the tree to be have different growing condition, right? Whereas for spot B, okay, the changes is gradually from green you change to the red color. So we can make a guess what happened on this spot as well. Probably this spot experience disease attack, right? Okay, so the outer one, which is a red one, probably is already infected by disease, and the infection is slowly infected the nearby trees, and you can see this is the evenly kind of distribution, okay, from the red color gradually change to the green color. So probably the green color is still healthy, not attacked by disease, and the surrounding one is being attacked by the disease, right? So with the observation of the abnormal condition like this, we can immediately take action. We can immediately tell the farmer, hey, probably there is something happening. Please go and check, okay? And we also can do the crop yield estimation using NDVI, the normalized differential vegetation index. Okay, this is in Canada. So basically, the researcher relate the output, okay, to the NDVI, right? And after that, we do the processing. We do the estimation based on the collected data of the NDVI in the different year. Okay, example 1998, 1999, 2001, and estimated average, right? Which is all the average. Okay. Of course, I think the time I just quickly go through lah. Okay, the recent advancement, we are all using different techniques. Okay, statistical base. We can also using these deep learning base and also the machine learning base. So all these technique can be used to do some prediction in terms of disease. Okay, so what we're talking about, we have what I'm trying to focus over here is a disease assessment of the plantation. Okay, so why we need to focus on this? Because this is the one that will cause losses. Okay, this is the one that will cause the plantation to have a problem, and if the plant die, then we need to revisit the plant. We need to basically remove the plant and then replant again. This actually cause a double kind of the losses, right? So there are many research ongoing, okay, using different technique, okay, statistical base. I think I wouldn't go through, and also conventional machine learning base, okay, and deep learning base, right? Okay, is a paper, a review paper. I think later on you all can check on this review paper. Is the latest one. Showcase the UAV based remote sensing, right? Okay, and okay, so this is the trend, right? Okay, so statistical based machine learning and deep learning, right? Using different sensor, right? RGB, hyperspectra, modified RGB, and also the multispectra, right? Okay, and in Malaysia we have this problem, right? Gardneroma disease, right? So I will flip through. This is what we have in our latest project. We are trying to do a detection of the disease using hyperspectral imaging, right? Okay, I will flip through. So this is what we done. We do the plant tree identification, do the labeling, and we extract the features of the plant. We extract the features of the plant, and then we do the classification. All right, okay, in order to classify what is the healthy or unhealthy tree. All right, okay, so this is the result. Still not very convincing, mainly due to the lagging of the data. We still need more data, okay, but basically the classification accuracy is about 86%, right? Basically, what I would like to summarize, the precision agriculture is relatively important to most of the country, okay, especially in Southeast Asia. Mainly, we have a lot of economic contribution in terms of agriculture. Hyperspectral imaging will have a very huge potential in terms of helping the farmer. And of course, AI become a very common tool nowadays in order to helping us to analyze, identify, and also classify the remote sensing data. Okay, and of course, data fusion, radar plus this hyperspectral camera or even optical sensing. Okay, both complementary to each other, and it will help us to produce a better result, Okay. Thank you very much. I think I over time already. Sorry. Sorry.
Yes, a little bit, but it's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Chan, for your presentation. It's very interesting and insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have the question and answer session. I would like to invite you all to type in your questions in the chat box and I will read it to Prof. Chan, or you can also use the raise hand button and you can deliver your question directly. We already have the first question, Prof. Chan. This is from Goh Pei-yun. Good morning, Prof. Chan. Assume a fruit tree farm. Is it each tree must have one of few sensors in order to collect data, and how will this impact on the startup cost? So it's
Okay.
about how is the technical aspect and also the cost aspect.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Go, for the question. Right. Okay. So in terms of the data collection in the farm, right? Okay. So a small scale farm, we can always use IoT sensor, okay, which is relatively cheaper, right? Okay. So example, 1 acre, we will put one IoT station to collect the information, okay, of the surrounding area. But as I mentioned just now, IoT station, the coverage is very small, right? So if your farm size is big, we need more IoT station, right? So the capability of IoT station will able to collect the information surrounding this IoT station. Okay, example, we can obtain the soil moisture of the the ground. Okay, we can obtain the temperature. We can probably know what happening, whether it's raining or not. Okay, what is the raindrops of that particular area. Okay. However, this kind of IoT station have limitation because it covered a small size area, and typically it will not able to know what is the condition of each of the tree. If we wanted to know the problem, if we wanted to observe the condition of each of the tree, then this IoT station may not be sufficient. Okay, so if we wanted to observe each of the tree, then we may need to have a sensor that able to cover large area and able to see each of the tree. So I think remote sensing technique will be one of them. Okay, if we can deploy a UAV, okay, or a drone, okay, carry an optical camera, okay, we fly through the plant that we wanted to see, okay, and this UAV based or drone based camera, optical camera can snapshot the the entire farm, okay, and of course through the signal processing or the image processing, we can actually see each of these tree, right? As I showed just now, okay, we actually fly through the oil palm plantation, okay. So each of the oil palm we need to extract, okay, and we need to label, and we will do classification on each of the oil palm, right? So this is two different techniques. Of course, optical camera have limitation in terms of they are only observed from the top lah. We are only observed from the top. Maybe some others information we are still not able to capture, right? Such as the temperature, etc., the moist, the soil pH level. We may not know. So I think in order to get a full picture of the farm, we need to always complement each other. So the cost is, if we have less this fund, then we will start with IoT station first. If we have more fund, we will equip with the probably a drone carry a sensor that can cover a wider area. Right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Prof. Chan, for the answer, and also thank you, Dr. Goh Pei-Yun, for the questions. Is there any other question from the participants? Maybe while waiting, Prof. Chan. I remember you mentioned that most farmers are still using manual approach in doing their job, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have suggestion, or maybe based on your experience, on how should we introduce the latest technology to them? In this remote sensing one.
This is a good question. This is a good question. Right. I think number one is the education, right? We need to educate the farmer so that they are exposed to this technology. And some of the technology is actually not expensive, I could say, right? And it can help the farmer, right? So I think mostly government will need to play an important role in order to introduce the latest technology to farm. Okay, and also we may need to help the farm because the farmer, okay, because sometimes they are not confident with the technology. They are lack of the fund, okay, or lack of the initial fund to buy such technology. We can always request the different kind of approach, meaning we can loan them a unit, or we can ask the expert, okay, or the drone operator to showcase the advantage of this drone. Example, spraying of the fertilizer and also pesticide. Okay, I think this is very common nowadays, and the cost is not very high, okay. But we need to demonstrate to the farmer so that they know, hey, okay, the spraying of the fertilizer previously it takes probably 1 or 2 days. Now, the whole morning, half of the morning, then we can already finish this kind of job. Then it will be beneficial to the farm, Then he can directly understand what we can do by using the technology. Okay. So this is the first step to give confidence, and of course later on all this monitoring, etc., then we can slowly introduce to them what is the importance of the example, the real-time monitoring. So I think education is still very important. Yep.
All right, thank you, Roshan, for the answer. We also have another question. All right, it's already answered. He said that what is the comparison in terms of the cost between the traditional farming and farming with technologies? How we could attract farmers to add technologies for their farming? Yeah, I think it is already answered before, but maybe I will have another following question about that. You also mentioned that the government might have might need to maybe do they have to create policies and regulations to help
Yes.
farmer accept the technology that is proposed here. Do you think that there is also data privacy and security that they need to consider for the government to address this condition?
Yeah, I think, yeah, when we talk about using latest technology, so
Mhm.
they are many concern. Okay,
Yeah.
example, the drone, right? Okay, the drone carrying a camera, flying here and there, capturing picture. I think this is definitely a concern, and there is also a safety concern, right? Okay, so I believe at this moment, the government already take action. Okay, example in Malaysia, we already have the government agency. I think civil aviation government agency, something like that. So they are looking of controlling of the usage of the UAV lah. Okay, number one is all the operator must be registered lah. So we know we have this UAV being registered and flying around. And when we do operation, all the operation must be getting the permit from the local authority. Yeah, I think most of the country are slowly going towards that lah, so that we know what actually are flying above our head lah, right? Okay, so that we will reduce the problem occur lah, especially in terms of privacy and safety lah. Definitely that is one of the major concern now. We cannot have a UAV flying at a
Exactly.
place, yeah, all around the place, right? Okay, so I think government have to really look into this, okay, and have a policy to control the usage, yeah. Not, this is not a toy, right? A drone is not a toy. A drone is now being a good tools to help not only agriculture but all other sector, right? Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you, Rochan. We also have two more questions. The first one is from Gopayun. I think this is the continuation from the previous one. Do Malaysia has any farms that successfully implement those technologies?
Okay, this is another good question. Okay, not many in Malaysia, not many. Okay, but I think it's a starting stage. It's a starting stage. Number one, the technology is relatively new, right? Okay, I can say new. So now the typical application of the drone-based remote sensing in Malaysia, they are doing some very preliminary kind of analysis only. Example, they do tree counting. So I didn't mention about tree counting now, because tree counting is not new anymore. Okay, and a lot of uh, um, this service do have this tree counting. So they have this tree counting. Why they need this is because they wanted to know in their plantation, especially for those big player okay, those big oil palm plantation, right? Okay, so they have probably 1,000 hectare. Okay, they don't have, if we wanted to do a manual kind of counting, it's kind of impossible. So they fly drone, okay, captured all the image, they do tree counting. So tree counting is relatively common now, okay, but it's not that common until everybody is still using lah. No, it's still not. It's still I could say there are people using, but it's not very common until everybody are using that. Okay, so that is the tree counting that people typically use in order to know how many trees in uh in their plantation. Okay, for big player for small player normally they don't. Example, for durian plant, they don't do that because the durian plant typically is small in size. Okay, 5 hectares, 10 maximum right? Okay, and after tree counting, what they will do is they will identify area or spot that are not utilized. So another usage is they use this mapping technology in order to identify or to optimize the usage of the land, right? So we know that some spot we may have plant more trees, some spot planted less. So in order to maximize the production, so they need to identify this. So these are the two major application in the remote sensing in Malaysia lah. But I think Indonesia probably will have that also. Okay. Other than that, you're talking about disease or healthiness of the tree. This is just picking up. It's just a growing state. Okay. In terms of the actual implementation, right? For research, yes, there is a lot, but it's not commercialized stage yet lah. So we can put more effort on this one. Yeah, we can put more effort, and who knows, one of the day you discovered a very easy method to identify a disease, okay, especially in Malaysia, Gardneroma disease, or so-called basal stem root disease. Okay, is very common in Malaysia and also in Indonesia. If we can identify that, then it will be breakthrough of the technology, and it will definitely benefit both farmer lah. Okay, both the farmer in the plantation. So I would say it's still growing state. Some of the big player they started to use, and they have their own drone team. Okay, but for small farmer, it is still not very common yet lah. For remote sensing technology, UAV is the drone is very common. Okay, the spraying or whatever that is very common, but remote sensing technology to help the farmer, it is still not common yet. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Prof. Chan. I think we only have 4 minutes left, so please, we have one more question, but please could you please answer it in short?
Yeah, can.
Yeah, sorry. Could you share some insight into how remote sensing techniques can be tailored to address the unique challenges and opportunities in Malaysian agriculture? And are there any specific crop types or regions where you see particularly promising results from your research?
Okay.
That's
So
two
just
questions.
now, yeah, I think just now I already mentioned, right? Tree counting is very common, okay, and tree counting we do not need to be very precise, okay. Say example 1,000 hectare, we count, okay. There's one say we have 40,000 tree, right? Okay, if you count less 100 or 200, I think that is not a very big deal lah. Okay, so that kind of technology is fine. Okay, so the more important one is to detect the abnormality in the tree. Okay, so that one will be more challenging. So that will be opportunities too lah, right? Say as I mentioned, disease detection. This is definitely very important. So in Malaysia, the biggest contribution in the GDP in terms of agriculture is definitely oil palm plantation, right? So oil palm, this one is the biggest challenge. Okay, so research have been done many years. Okay, no promising result. Okay, the promising result is for our team, we can identify healthy, unhealthy. But you say you wanted to identify the disease in the early stage. Okay, so the disease we have 4 stages are A, B, C, and also H. H is healthy. A, B, C is infected with different level. So C is a very serious level. It's like the cancer stage 3. So the A, B is the one that we need to detect. And the percentage of detection is still very low according to the research done. Okay. Why? Because I think mainly we do not have sufficient data. Very difficult for us to know which tree is already have infected with A and B, right? Okay. C is very easy because we know the symptoms already, but A and B is not easy because it's like a normal tree as well, right? So we do not have sufficient data mainly due to that lah. Okay, if we know and we have sufficient data, okay, then that will be a great opportunity for us to perform analysis and to do the better classification by doing all means of machine learning or deep learning method. Okay, so if we have sufficient data, maybe we are able to solve this problem. Yeah, so this is the thing. Okay, so in Malaysia, oil palm plantation is the one that we need to go. And of course, once you're successful, you can just go to Indonesia. There is a world #1 production in the world. Yeah, so there is a lot of requests and a lot of demand on this disease detection. Right.
Right, thank you, Prof. Chan. And also thank you all participants for your attention. We still have one more question, but I think we will keep it for Goh Pei Yun and also Prof. Chan. Thank you all participants for your attention and also your active participation during the keynote speech session. Also, thank you, Prof. Chan, for your outstanding presentation and all your replies in the question and answer session.
Thank you.
hope you all enjoy it. I hope that we can all get insight for our future research. And that's the end of the session. I'd like to pass the session to the MC, please.
Okay, thank you very much, as you said, Prof. Dr. Angelina and Prof. Chan. Okay, just to take a
Thank
time
you.
for a while for the photo session. So I would like to have a photo session. Please, everyone, if possible, on your camera. Then I will take a snapshot for a while. Is it okay? Okay, everyone that have, you can on the camera. Thank you. Any more? Any more? Okay. Okay, I think I will take the snapshot now. Okay, one. Okay, good face. All right, one, two, three. Wait, Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roshan.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
now
Okay.
we are going to continue with another keynote speech. All right, so I would like to invite Dr. Arosha as the moderator for the sessions. So over to you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. On behalf of organizing committee, I would like to thank Prof. Dr. Zuyanto accepted our invitation to deliver this keynote speech. Before we begin with the speech, I would like to introduce Professor Dr. Zuyanto. Professor Dr. Zuyanto was born in Jombang, East Java, Indonesia in 1974. He received his Bachelor of Engineering degree from the Department of Informatics Engineering, STT Telkom University, Bandung in 1998. He received his Masters of Science degree in Complex Adaptive System from Chalmers University of Technology, Gothenburg, Sweden in 2006. He obtained his doctorate in computer science from Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta in 2016. In 2021, he was promoted to professor in artificial intelligence. Since 1999, he has been a lecturer and actively conducting research in artificial intelligence and swarm intelligence. He has produced 113 scientific publications indexed by Scopus with an H index of 19, making his name on the list of the 2% most influential scientists in the world, published by Stanford University and Elsevier BV in October 2021. In addition, he was also awarded 9 patents and obtained 33 copyrights and published 12 textbooks related to the field of artificial intelligence. Yes, without further ado, of course, Professor Dr. Zuyanto will deliver a speech with the title Fourth Generation AI for Industry 5.0. So please, now you can start your speech, keynote speech.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Senayaki, and our audience today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great this morning we can meet online in good health at the 11th conference of ICoICT. First, I would like to thank the General Chair, Professor Ong Thian Song, and the committee for giving me a chance to speak this morning. In this speech, I will discuss the fourth generation of artificial intelligence for Industry 5.0, and also our latest research in the Center of Artificial Intelligence, Telkom University. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, industrial revolutions can be divided into 5 stages with the following timelines. Let's in this PQ. The first to the third stage have long periods of hundreds of years, from 1800s and to 2000s, but since then, the speed has been 10 times faster. Where Industry 4.0 started in 2000s, then and Industry 5.0 in 2020. Uh, Industry 4.0 is triggered and enabled by some key elements such as cyber physical systems, Internet of Things, networking, machine learning, big data, analytics, smart system, automation, robotization, etc., etc. While many companies are still in the middle of Industry 4.0, the next revolutions, Industry 5.0, is already well underway. Well, what is the Industry 5.0 actually? According to the European Union, Industry 5.0 provides a vision of an industry that aims beyond efficiency and productivity as the sole goals and reinforce the role and the contribution of industry to society. The key word is society here, and it places the well-being of the worker at the center of the production process and uses new technologies to provide prosperity beyond jobs and growth while respecting the production's limits of the planet. And so the Industry 5.0 complements the Industry 4.0 by specifically putting research and innovations at the surface of the transition to a sustainable, human-centric, and resilient European industry. This is for in the European point of view. Okay, and Industry 5.0 reflects a shift from a focus on economics value to societal value, and a change in focus from welfare to well-being. As you know, welfare only addresses economics and public services, but well-being includes physical and mental. Those the key elements of Industry 5.0, human-robot collaborations, cognitive systems, and customizations. Researchers believe that Industry 5.0 will create more jobs than eliminates. Robots aren't supposed to supersede humans, but cope with them. Personalization will lead, not mass productions, and psychology and psychology will control technology. That's the point. And so, to support Industry 5.0, we need the fourth generation of artificial intelligence, or someone called 4G AI. Okay, next slide, please. What is the generation of AI? We can split it into four generations in here. Uh, the first generations of AI is descriptive analytics. It's mean it responds to the inquiry what happens, what occur in the systems. And the second generation is diagnostic analytics, which addresses the questions: what is the cause of it? For what reason did it occur? And the third one is predictive analytics, which addresses what might happen later. Given what has just occurred, what could occur later. While predictive analytics can be helpful and save time for data scientists, it's still wholly subjected to historical data. That's the main problems today. And so we need a fourth generation of AI is called artificial intuitions here, which empowers computers to identify threats and opportunities without deciding what to search for. It's similar to human instincts, which permits us to settle on choices without explicitly being told the best way to do. It's like a seasoned detective who can enter a crime scene and immediately realize something doesn't appear correct, or an experienced investor who can detect a coming pattern before any other persons. The idea of artificial intelligence is one that only 5 years prior was viewed as unthinkable by many peoples. In any cases, organizations like Google, Amazon, and IBM are attempting to create solutions, and a couple of organizations have just figured out how to operationalize them. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, here we can see the three generation of AI and what's the next. The first generation of AI emerged when John McCarthy proposed AI as a field of research in 1956. Since then, AI has alternated between periods of apathy and sustained interest and funding. In these first generations, an AI application is created using a symbolic rule-based model. We can say that this is top-down models because we need to manually develop a knowledge base from uh, domain experts. And to develop an AI model, human should manually create many rules based on the knowledge of expert, of course. And hence, this rule-based approach is time-consuming and has low accuracy. And in 1980, machine learning was developed as the second generation of AI. Here, simple machine learnings, also known as shallow learnings, uh, is created using statistical methods to make decisions without decision about data processing. It's generally much better than symbolic rule-based AI. Once we have a data set with labeled examples for supervised learning, we can quickly develop a machine learning model. Besides, it tends to be more accurate since statistics are usually better than human intuitions in deciding which features matter. However, the disadvantage of supervised machine learning is that it requires labeled example. So many labeled examples actually. If there are too few labels or the labels are not representative enough of the complete datasets, the accuracy is low or restricted to a specific domain only. And in 2012, Alex Krzyzewski, Elias, and Geoffrey Hinton's revolutionary AI with deep learning models named AlexNets. The AlexNets won the ImageNet Object Recognition Challenge with much lower error rates than the runner-up machine learning-based methods. Since then, the deep learning has dominated AI. Hence, this timeline can be said as the third generation of AI. Deep learning can automatically learn how to use combination of features when making a decision. However, after a decade, researchers now realize deep learning has two limitations. First, it relies on big labeled datasets and the need for high computing power. Because the dominant paradigm in the world of AI today is supervised learning. In supervised learning, AI models learn from dataset humans have curated and labeled according to predefined categories. Manually labeling thousands or millions of data points can be enormously expensive and unmanageable. Therefore, we need another improved models. There's a big question today. What is the next generation of AI estimated emerge in the 2030s? Okay, next slide. Many researchers have various approach to create new models for the fourth generation of AI. From some literatures, I found the seven approach. The first one is adaptive learning and federated learning, self-supervised learning, hybrid symbolic AI plus deep learning, neuroscience-based deep learnings, transformers, and evolutionary artificial intelligence. Uh, okay, let's discuss them one by one. Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, the first approach is adaptive learning. It was proposed in 2015 by Robert Monarchs, a PhD from Stanford and a data scientist who has built machine learning data for big companies such as Apple, Amazon, Google, and IBM. In his textbooks, Human in the Loop Machine Learnings, Robert Monarch says that adaptive learning brings human analysis into the process at every step. This approach differs from symbolic AI, machine learning, and deep learning, which enables humans to create rules and label data only at the start of the process. Adaptive learning systems require minimum human efforts since they only require human input when it matters most and continually grow their knowledge if they discover new information. This is evolutionary models actually. So we don't need so many data sets. I mean labeled data sets, but we grow the models step by step based on the data collected by the humans actually. Okay, next slide. The second approach is for uh, for GAI is federated learnings. The concept of federated learning was first formulated by Google researchers in early 2017. It's created to address the data privacy issues, actually, such as healthcare and financial services. The standard approach to building machine learning models today is to manage all the training data in one place, often in the cloud, and then train the model on the data. But this approach is not practicable for much of the real world data that cannot be moved to a central data repository because of privacy and security reasons. Federated learning solves this problem with a brilliant idea. Rather than requiring one unified dataset to train a model, it leaves the data where it is, distributed across numerous devices and servers on edge. Instead, many versions of the model are sent out and trained locally on each subset of data. One model in one device. So this is the brilliant idea. The resulting model parameters are then sent back to the cloud. All these mini models are eventually aggregated by averagings or other methods. The final result is an overall model that functions as if it were trained on the full dataset simultaneously. Okay, next slide. And the third approach for GAI is self-supervised learning. It's introduced by Yan Lehun, the chief AI scientist at Facebook or Meta now, and also known as one of the AI legends in the world. The general technique of SSL or self-supervised learning is to predict any hidden path of the input from any observed path. For example, as in NLP, natural language processing, we can hide part of a sentence and predict the hidden words from the remaining words. So we can also predict past or future frames in a video from current ones. Since self-supervised learning uses the structure of the data, it can use a variety of supervisory signals across co-occurring modalities, such as video and audio, and across large data sets without relying on labels. Jan LeCun states that in self-supervised learning, a portion of the input is used as supervisory signal to predict the remaining portion of the inputs. More knowledge about the structure of the words can be learned through self-supervised learning than from other AI paradigms. Because the data is unlimited and the amount of feedback provided by its example is huge. Therefore, Jan LeCun sees self-supervised learning as the key to the future of AI. Okay, next slide. The fourth approach is hybrid symbolic AI and deep learning. Okay, as I said before, that symbolic AI works with abstract representation of the real words that are modeled with representational language based on mathematical logic. It's a top-down approach to AI. For example, an expert system was designed to emulate human decision making by following a set of rules. Hybrid models try to combine the advantage of symbolic AI and deep learnings. Josh Tannenbaum, professor of computational cognitive science at MIT, has developed with his team a hybrid model that learns visual concepts, words, and semantic parsing of sentences without explicit supervision on any of them. Despite its promising future, the hybrid approach has some critics. Givrington said that they have to admit that deep learning is doing amazing things, and they want to use deep learning as a kind of low-level servant to provide them with what they need to make their symbolic reasoning works. Whether it works or not, hybrid models are something to watch over for the next years. Why? In a joking statement that is mathematically correct, 1 plus 3 equals to 4, right? Okay, next slide. Okay, the fifth approach for GAI is neuroscience-based deep learnings. AI had its origin in the human brains, but today's deep learning doesn't work like it. David Susilo at Google Brain Group said an artificial neural network is only a raw analogy of how the brain works. Convolutional neural networks don't work like our visual systems. We observe the words instead of learning from labeled data. We combine bottom-up processing with top-down symbol manipulations. The final purpose of AI was to build an electronic brain that could simulate a human. Neuroscience can help deep learning move towards this goal. Another shortcoming of artificial neurons is their simplicity. They are built assuming that biological neurons are dumb calculators of basic math. However, this couldn't be further from the truth. In a study published in Science, a group of German researchers showed that a single neuron may be able to compute truly complex functions. For example, it might, it might by itself be able to recognize an object. Yuta Poirazi at IMBB Forts, Greece, said maybe you have deep networks within a single neuron in the brains. There are many ideas deep learning can take from neuroscience. If we're trying together to get closer to intelligence, why not look into the only example we have of it? Demis Hassabis, CEO and co-founder of DeepMind, also says, with so much at stake, the need for the field of neuroscience and AI to come together is now more urgent than ever before. Okay, next slide. Okay, the sixth approach in for AI is called transformer. It's introduced in 2017 by Asis Vasvani et al. In a research paper entitled "Attention is All Units." This is the beginning concept of transformers. It's a great innovation to make language processing parallelized. All the tokens in a given body of text are analyzed simultaneously rather than in a sequence. To support these parallelizations, Transformer use an AI mechanism called attentions. This is the keywords. The attention enables an AI model to consider the relationships between words regardless of how far apart they are and to determine which words and phrases in a passage are most important to pay attention to. So, in this model, parallelization is the crucial. It makes transformer more efficient computationally than the original recurrent neural networks. Transformers can be trained on much larger datasets. For instance, the generative pre-trained transformer, or the foremost one is GPT-4, was trained on billions of words and contains trillions of parameters. As developer, OpenAI spent 6 months iteratively aligning GPT-4 using lessons from the adversarial testing program as well as ChatGPT, resulting in the best ever results. So far from perfect, actually. On factually steerability and refusing to go outside of guardrails. OpenAI makes GPT-4 commercially accessible via API to build next generation applications, such as question and answer, grammar correction, summarization, and so on. Transformer are also successfully applied to computer vision, called Vision Transformers or VIT. AI experts believe this work could mark the beginning of a new era in computer vision. So next slide, please. Still in Transformer. Well, let's discuss more detail about GPT-4 or ChatGPT first. GPT-4 can be seen as a large language model or LLM, which can predict the next words based on the contextual dependency of the previous words. Suppose we have a sentence like, he is smart, rich, and low, blah, blah, blah. What's the next words to complete the sentence? In a language model, we can select the next word by calculating a probability based on a given training set of data or corpus. For instance, we have two most frequent words, profile or and income, actually. Based on the training sets, suppose that the probability of the words profile is higher than income. So the correct sentence is he's smart, rich, and low profile, not low income. Uh, this is quite simple to understand that the GPT-4 is works like a large language model. So GPT-4 is designed to be a language agnostic model since it uses a sequence-to-sequence model. So any language can be trained in these models, and GPT-4 can uh, implicitly represent the language of grammar and syntactics, or also semantics can be represented in implicitly. So it's trained using actually GPT-4 is trained using petabytes of data equivalent to billions of books to develop a large language model. The training set should be designed to map a sequence into another sequence. For example, an input can be a question of, let's say, 10 words, and the output is an answer of 1,000 words. And an input can be also instructions of 10 words, and the output is an essay of 25,000 words, for examples. Input can also be a text of 1,000 words, and the output is translations to other language containing also 1,000 words. And even an input can be a text of 1,000 words, and the output can be a summary of only 10 words. This is only mapping sequence to sequence mapping only, just like a language model. Okay, but GPT-4 doesn't consider the syntactics, semantics, or pragmatic of the text. Therefore, some experts said that GPT-4 is like a stochastic parrot, or burung beo or kakak tua in Indonesian, actually, which only repeats and imitates human voice, but it doesn't understand the meaning of the sentence said by the humans. But why does GPT-4 look so smart? Because it learns billions of texts with very long contextual dependency. Uh, in 2018, it just used only five, 512 contextual lengths. But in 2023, in these years, uh, GPT-4 used 1 billion contextual lengths. Actually, it's so very long contextual dependency. But other experts said that GPT-4 implicitly represents the internal model of large language model from the billions of training texts. So that's why GPT is so smart. Okay, next slide. Okay, the seventh approach is evolutionary artificial intelligence, also known as evolutionary machine learning or automated machine learning. Evolutionary computations and some intelligence methods are inspired by nature and use randomness to solve optimization challenges. They can provide a practical and dependable methods for addressing difficult problems in real-world situations. And recently, evolutionary computation techniques have been applied to enhance the performance of machine learning models. Evolutionary approaches are applicable to all three phases of machine learning: is data pre-processing, model learning, and post-processing also. It can do feature selection and data resampling during data pre-processing. It can optimize parameter settings, membership function, and network designs throughout the model learning phase. In the post-processing step, it's able to perform rule optimizations, decision tree pruning, ensemble learning, and so on. Therefore, evolutionary AI is able to provide low-code, no-code platforms that democratize AI for everyone, programmers and non-programmers. But since machine learning models may have millions of parameters, we have a big challenge on the evolutionary computation and swarm intelligence. Okay, next slide. Please, next slide. Okay. Evolutionary computations methods can solve dimensional problem, can solve low dimensional problems usually in general, but they are generally unstable and unscalable to thousands or millions dimensional problems. It has been a classic problem since the genetic algorithm was created in 1970s. But as a stochastic methods, evolutionary computation may get the global optimum solution to one problem quickly in a short iterations, but it fails to reach the global solutions to other cases, even for long iterations. In general, evolutionary computation algorithms require much more iteration exponentially when the problem dimension increase, even linearly. This phenomenon is called curse of dimensionality in optimizations by Richard Ernest Bellman, an American applied mathematician who introduced dynamic programming. Okay, can this curse of dimensionality be broken? Many researchers have been trying to break the curse of dimensionality by hardware or by software, such as high performance computing, quantum computing, or develop new scalable, stable algorithms based on evolutionary computation and swarm intelligence. And we, in the Center of Artificial Intelligence in Telkom University, we have developed two scalable algorithms named Komodo Multiple Algorithm or KMA and Scalable Universal Optimizer or SUO. Both KMA and SUO are designed to break the curse of dimensionality in optimizations. But we have, but these two algorithms sometimes fails for several benchmark functions. Okay, next slide. So why evolutionary AI? Because a computational problem is not just learning, such as detections, recognition, identification, prediction, and so on. Evolutionary artificial intelligence or evolutionary AI can also solve not just solve learning and predictions, but also optimization problems such as manufacture, route optimization, and other engineering problems. It's able to solve planning problems such as logistics, supply plannings, and it also able to tackle scheduling problems such as manufacture, job subscheduling, etc. Okay, next slide. So, in the near future, about 2025 to 2030, to disruptive technology, we call 4G AI and 6G networks, are predicted to be mature and applicable in the real world. So, the 4G AI will be much more intelligent than the 4G AI today. And the 6G networks will also be much faster much faster, is about 1,000 times faster than the 4G and 5G networks. So in algebra, 4 plus 6 is equal to 10, right? So as we know, 10 is a perfect number. So both 4G AI and 6G networks are two perfect disrupting technologies we must face soon. However, will the 4G AI take over human jobs in many fields such as psychology, sociology, anthropology, communication, creative art, and other areas? Or is it just a myth, not a fact, actually? So, next slide. Okay, today there are so many myths about AI technologies. Here are the 9 common myths about AI that I found in many literatures. The first one is AI is unbiased. This is not true because, in fact, AI causes harm to marginalized groups. For example, Amazon recruitment system automatically rejected curriculum vitae from women applicants some years before previous, and Google's photo apps labeled a picture of a black couple as gorillas. This is the bias in AI. How comes the bias? Because AI is a data-driven model. We believe a famous phrase, garbage in, garbage out. So if we enter biased data to train an AI model, we will receive biased results from the AI model, of course. And the second, AI has no limitations. This is also not true because, in fact, AI has many limitations, such as inability to understand context, as I said before in GPT-4 or ChatGPT, for example, and also AI is inaccurate data analysis for some cases, especially when presented with new or unexpected situations. AI model is not accurate data analysis. And also AI is low explainability, lack of transparency, lack of methods for integrating prior knowledge because AI has no semantic, cognitive, and others human things. AI also lack of creativity, low ethics, low emotions. AI relies on large volumes of labeled data and many other limitations. Also, and the third mythos is more data means better AI. This is also true because AI, it's in general, massive data can lead to lower estimation variance and better predictive performance. This is true, but more data increases the probability that it contains valuable information. This is also true, but not all data is always helpful, actually. It can be noise. Okay, if you have 1 billion data, maybe you have so many noise in that data set. When data are taken from human actions, noise rates usually are high due to some given constraints. So the best data sets is the one that outlines the range of variations with its classes. So once we believe that the first three elements are only myths, not facts, then all the following statements are also myths and impossible to create. such as AI will take over jobs. It's also not true. AI is a threat to humanity. It's also only a myth. AI will control the world. AI robots will rule humans, and AI doesn't need human knowledge. It's impossible for me. It's impossible to create actually. Okay, next slide. Okay, since AI can be biased because of data-driven and generalization techniques, so you must know how to mitigate this AI technology. For instance, if you want to use ChatGPT or GPT-4 to write an article, you must confirm the output with reliable reference and domain expert validations. Besides, you must do data curations and plagiarism checks also. Okay, next slide. Okay, in conclusions, I would like to give you two quotes. The first one is AI has great potential but has many limitations. Understand, use, and mitigate proportionally. Okay, next slide. And the second quote is generalize or specialize yourself. The technological disruptions won't bother you. Okay, next slide. Okay, that's all. Thank you for all. I back to the moderators, please.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Suyanto, for the inspiring speech. Now I open the audience to raise questions via chat or live, so that really Professor Dr. Suyanto can answer your concerns and questions. So still thinking about, I believe, questions, but I do have few questions.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would like to know about really your AI center pertain to the patents granted, particularly the two models you introduce. So what is the kind of hardware platform in that case you use? You use really a very specific hardware platform really to test your software models, or it is just both of them are embedded?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Senayake. Okay, in our cases, the two algorithms we developed only use standard platforms. We run in common laptops to create a problem because this is meta heuristics algorithms. We don't need uh, high performance computings, but we try to develop meta heuristic algorithms that is scalable and stable for many benchmark functions or cases in the engine real engineering optimization problems actually. uh, the we try to break the course of dimensionality in optimizations. So we try to solve low dimensional problems of 10 dimension actually. For example, it works very well in only maybe 100 iterations, and we try to scale up the dimension up to 1 million, 1 billion, even 1 trillion variables or dimensions. Those algorithms still works with only hundreds iterations. That's we can say that the algorithms can break the course of dimensionality in optimizations, because even the dimension is scaled up to trillions of dimensions, uh, the the complexity is stable in hundreds iteration only.
Okay, thank you. Did you apply this for any real world applications?
Yes, of course. We have tried to apply in energy optimizations in Indonesia, in Java, Madura, and Bali. The energy generator in PLN, Perusahaan Listrik Negara in Indonesia. This is a national corporate of energy in Indonesia. We try to optimize the energy generators in this area, Madura, and Bali, actually. And we can reduce the cost of uh, energy generating in Indonesia for even in hourly in 1 hours. It's 1 hour in. First, we have to predict the demand of energy, and then we optimize the generator by scheduling the generator up and down to, and when to up the productivity and when to reduce the productivity of its generator. It's about 1000 dimensions or variables. In that case, it works very well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I may have another two questions, if you don't mind.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
actually, this is a very general question, irrespective of your specialization, particularly evolutionary computation. Um, Due to rise of many AI, we can call ground breaks, and of course disruptive technologies, I might be thinking like this actually. Do we need to teach our kids Newton law, relativity? Because if at all really chat GPT provides answers for all these, so kids have been using by now laptops, tabs, and all these things. So then they are well connected. So then probably education in future might be a kind of creativity and innovation only, because provided that kids will come to the class with the known facts, and then they have to find out where Newton law fails, something like that. What do you think about it? This is just a general question, of course.
Okay. Thank you. That's interesting. So, uh, yes, as I said in the presentations, that ChatGPT is trained using a lot of informations from up to petabytes of data. It's about billions of books actually. So, but ChatGPT actually has no cognitive or semantics process. So it's just averaging of the informations given to it. So uh, for the problem how to reduce the creativity of the children or kids. So I think it's better to exploit or leverage the ChatGPT or GPT-4 today for our children's, but uh, they have to curate or curate the information or knowledge given by the ChatGPT. So the discussion in the class or with lectures or the teachers, it's better, I think, because they have pre-informations from the ChatGPT or GPT-4. So it will speed up the learnings to get or gain many information or knowledge and maybe wisdom or insights from the discussion between teacher, lecturers, and the students. Actually, so that's why in Harvard University, uh, they plans to use ChatGPT as a teacher. I think 2 months ago they decide to plan to use GPT 4 as a lecturer. So they want to get teacher student ratio 1 to 1. So one teacher, one students, because the other teacher is machine, not human actually. But the machines, I mean ChatGPT or GPT-4, give the students pre-informations. I think that pre-knowledge or even pre-insights to discuss in the classrooms. I think it's better. Even the ChatGPT doesn't have cognitive or semantics actually, but we have to give the uh, warnings for the students that ChatGPT has big limitation about this. They it has no semantic or cognitive machines. I think.
Yeah, thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. Thank you so much for your first. One last question,
Okay.
because there are no more questions. Actually, that is
Okay.
sorry for it. Okay. Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, you were talking about disruptive technologies. I. I do see really also disruptive technologies in terms of not just a human in the loop, as said,
Yeah.
but what about the human on the way back? Means
Ah.
that really of course, we know that really we have been using historical pattern sets, and then we have been using case-based reasoning for those, all these things we have done. But this is again out of my curiosity, I'm asking. Because in case a living scientist, really, we know that really most probably the outcomes from those brilliant scientists really always matters, and they predict most of the things. So if we can look at really the pattern sets using, of course, we have to look at it so many things like a central pattern generator, all these things we have to look at it when it comes to human brain. If at all we can really extract those important features and then derived conclusions and all from these big heads, and then if we do this really together with human in the loop, particularly in evolutionary computation,
Yeah.
most probably we might get really very well optimized results, so that really we have better prediction than ever. What do you think about it?
Okay. Yes, that's true because in the adaptive learning model proposed by Roberts Monarchs said that uh, human in the loop. It means that human experts should validate the results, the learning results of the models. It should be validated by the human experts actually. So for the second loop or second generations of the models, it will be better and better. So if we have 1 million data, we can first train the model using only 1,000 data, for instance, and with and the human expert should enhance or validate the model and enhance it to with some next data. I mean, maybe the second state we use 5,000 data to train the next models. We need transfer learning, of course, because this process is evolutionary to get a better models in the next steps. So this is better for industry 5.0 that includes the humans experts to validate the model, and this guarantee that the model is uh, valid valid for the next situations, I think. uh, because for instance, if we have a problem of predictions, maybe we can have so many data in the past, so a long time before, but the data uh, it's not valid for the next futures. So uh, the approach of adaptive learning or human in the loop machine learning is the better model to solve these situations, I think.
Right. Thank you so much for all the answers and inspiring speech. So, if there are no more questions, I cannot see in the chat. Hopefully, I'm correct. So, there are no hands raised so far. So, that means really that's all. So, then I will pass. Thank you so much again on behalf
Thank you.
of the organizing committee. You did a wonderful speech. So, then I will pass the mic really to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Arosha, and thank you very much, Professor Dr. Soyanto. Okay, so before we end these sessions, we are going to have a photo sessions. So I would like to request everyone to switch on your camera. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. Everyone, please, Prof. Suyanto, if possible, please switch on your camera again. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so we are going to have our next tutorial session basically on 11:30. Okay, so we still have some time for a while, so stay tuned with us. We are going to continue on 11:30. Okay, now we are going to continue with the tutorial sessions. So I would like to invite Dr. Mira Kanian as the moderator of the sessions. So over to you, Doctor.
Morning. Okay, thank you, the Master of Ceremony, for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is an honor for me to be the moderator of this session. I'm Mira Kania Sabaria from Telkom University. Okay, before inviting the speaker, please allow me to read the biodata of Mr. Lee Ji-shin. That's right, Mr. Lee Ji-shin. Okay, thank you. Okay, I will read the biodata. Ji-shin is an entrepreneur with over 10 years of experience in the hotel technology industry. As the founder and CEO of Softin, he has revolutionized the ways hotels operate and interact with guests through innovative technology solutions. Jisin is a trained electronic engineer. He got his start in the hotel technology industry while helping in his friend's hotel business. He quickly recognized the potential for technology to improve the guest experience and streamline hotel operation. Under Jishin's leadership, Softin has developed a range of cutting-edge products and services that enable hotels to enhance the guest experience, optimize operation, and increase revenue. From hotel self-check-in kiosk to advanced operation automation tools, Softin's innovative solutions have been embraced by hotels all of size and types. When he's not working, Yizin enjoys spending time with his family, playing basketball, and exploring the new technology trends. Wow, so amazing, Mr. Ji Shin Lee. Okay, Mr. Ji Shin Lee, hello, Mr. Ji Shin Lee.
Hello, morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Dr. Mira.
Okay, thank you for your willingness to share with us in here. Okay,
Sure.
ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Ji Sin. Mr. Ji Sin, you we have two sessions for this tutorial.
Okay.
First, you can presentation about your topic. You have time 50 until 60 minutes, and after that we can go to second session is question and answer.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Ji Shin, time is
Okay.
yours.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Mira.
Okay.
Thanks for the invitation, and it's an honor for me to be given the opportunity to share about what I know about the hotel industry here. I have prepared some slides. Let me share my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Right. So I will try my best to go through what we know as a company about the technology used in the hotel industry. So what I'll do today, I will talk briefly about the company. So to put you into the context of certain terms that we use, certain acronym, and then I will talk about the latest product that we deploy after the COVID pandemic, which is the hotel self-check-in kiosk. I'll talk about the technology stacks used in the hotel industry, some of the latest challenges and also latest trend, in the industry. Maybe you can spot some opportunities here as well. At the end, I will talk about us as a company at a small scale, how we actually innovate faster and some of the tools we use. Right. So without further ado, I will go with the first part. Okay. So about the company name Softin. So it's a hotel technology company. Our vision is to make it easy for hotel. The business is started in year 2013, based in Malacca, Malaysia. So like I said, we work with the hotel to make it easier for them to adopt technology. And we envision ourselves in doing that by connecting tools for the hotel. So as of today, we have 5 products. So these are the terms commonly used in the hotel industry. PMS being property management system used by the hotel to check in, check out the guests. BE being a booking engine used by the hotel to receive online bookings. CM being the channel manager used by the hotel to manage online travel agencies like Agoda, Expedia, and whatnot. CMS being the content management to manage the photos and contents of the hotel so that it published to different sites or Google Map, etc. And then lastly, the kiosk. So as of today, we are serving more than 800 over paying customers, hotels, and we have connected our system with more than 92 OTAs. OTA being the Agoda, Bookings.com, Expedia. So why I'm talking about this? Because later I'm going to talk about the technology stacks and what are the opportunities and tools used by the industry. So as of the kiosk, we have processed 5,000 over kiosk check-in in the month of December last year. So as of today, we are recording more than 90% of guests check in and out using the kiosk. In some of the hotel that we provide the kiosk, the hotel basically removed the front counter. There's no one manning the hotel, so there's unmanned hotel concept going on in Malaysia where you can actually book online, go to the hotel, check in and check out all on your own. Okay. The booking engine processed 15 million paid bookings in the year 2022. These are some of the awards we won. Okay, so when I said hotels, just to put you into context, I talk about mostly small hotels, boutique, right? So they are 80% of the hotels in the market are made of boutique hotels, shop lot converted hotels, and they all in total they contribute more than 87% of the room count in the market. So these are some of the customers that we work with, and while preparing for the slides, I understand that we have attendees from Indonesia, so I put in also hotels in Bandung. Later I'll show the slide. So this is the properties that we work with in Pangkor Island. They convert recycle shipping container into a place to stay. And the good thing about working in the hotel industry is that you get to enjoy the holiday while working, in a sense, right? This is the view when I visit the hotel, like from the view from the inside, looking out from the container, this is the sea, right? This is one of the property in Bandung that we are serving, Sandalwood Hotel Bandung. So they are 100 rooms, 4-star hotels, if I'm not mistaken, in Bandung, Barat. Okay, so we work with mostly hotels with 80 rooms, although the biggest hotel we serve now has more than 400 rooms. But mostly we tune our products for the smaller scale hotels. On average, our system have to process 5,000 check-in and out a day. On an average, every day we have to process 60,000 worth of direct booking, which means the guests book directly on the websites. And on average, around 200 concurrent users on the web server. So we are a very data-driven company in the sense that we try to collect as much data as we can and then make decisions when it comes to like what to build next, what to do next. We identify opportunity and identify frictions in our product. So these 200 over concurrent users are the hoteliers and sometimes guests using the system. Why we say concurrent users, which means that hotel operate 24/7. The hotelier use it to check in, check out the guests, to record payments. Basically, it's like an operating system of the hotel. So it's a high stake product used in the hotel. So every second counts. If our system goes down by 1 minute, we'll receive call right away, right? So this is a product with high stakes and high usage. So we have to produce and also we have to release in a very reliable manner, right? So we can't just roll out new features without testing. So these are some of the hotels we work with. Okay, why it matters what we do? Maybe this could be good for researchers, especially, and also some innovators. Okay, if, as you know, online travel agencies like Agoda, Bookings.com rules the booking world, where most of the customers will book through them, right? And on average, OTA charge 15 to 30% commissions for each booking, right? Imagine if you pay 100 US dollar for a room, 30 US dollar goes to Bookings.com or Agoda. The hotels get back only the 70 US dollar. So that margin has been getting smaller and smaller. And this is a huge thing, especially when most of the OTAs are not local company. We are having these foreign trade deficits. I think same goes to Indonesia, where this commission earned by the online travel agencies is a trade deficit for the country. So based on my calculation, averagely, we are looking at 31 million a month of trade deficits from the Booking.com. If we could keep just 1%, 2% back in the country, that will have drastic changes to the industry itself, right? Then I mentioned we are processing around 60,000 a day. So we are tracking this number by looking at how much we contribute to the trade deficit. So up until now, we are contributing almost close to 1% saving in Malaysia trade deficits. So I believe this is a huge thing that we can help the hotel industry. So this trickles down. When the hotel has less margin, the turnover rate goes up because they can't pay the front desk well, right? So based on our tracking, sorry for the background noise. If you can't hear me, let me know. Based on our tracking, the average turnover rate of the hotel front desk is around 7.5 months. Imagine every 6 months, if you visit the same hotel, you are looking at different face, right? So it is very hard for the hotel to retain because of the smaller margins they are getting over the years. And then the most important one is it's super challenging now for a hotel to run it profitable business, because it is very hard for the owner to get ROI from their investments. Averagely, for a boutique hotel rooms, they will have to spend 100 to 100,000, to do the renovations averagely, because of the things they use, the fire door, etc. So it is very costly to start a business, hotel business nowadays. But this doesn't stop a lot of entrepreneurs in innovating in this space. So Sofin is one of them, helping, working with the entrepreneur, see how we can actually make this possible and also provide a good experience to the guests. So we have 5 products I mentioned: the PMS, the kiosk, the content management, the channel manager, and the booking engine. So it covers the guest experience before the trip until post the trip. Okay. Now I would like to move on to the next one. I'll talk about the hotel kiosk. Okay, so this is a product that we innovate amid the movement control order in Malaysia. During the pandemic, right, a lot of our customers has closed their business. So for us, it is very challenging because we lose customers faster than we gain. Then back then, we were thinking, what should we do? Should we change our business, or what should we build, for the world after pandemic? And while actually do not know when that will come, so we make a huge decision to go double down on the hotel technology, because we try to imagine the world post-pandemic. What would the world be? We imagine a world where people would want to have less face-to-face interactions. Okay. We also imagine that hotels might not be able to resume business right away if the COVID got under control. So we thought a kiosk would be serve both world, where the hotel would be able to use the kiosk to resume their business by allowing self check-in and out. At the same time, we are addressing the labor shortage issue in the industry, because it is very hard for the hotel to hire front desk representative during the pandemic, because no one wants to, do face-to-face interaction with the guests, and especially in the hotel line, there are many people visiting and living, right? So this is how the kiosk looks like. I'm going to play a video that demonstrates how a guest arrive at the hotel to make a bookings, make payment, get a key, and then check into the room. While saying that, this kiosk also enable guests who book online to check in as well. So imagine if you book on Agoda, you would be able to arrive at the hotel and check in using the kiosk. So let me play this video. Okay. So I will try to do the voiceover. If you like the full versions, you can actually check on our YouTube channels. So basically, this is the kiosk, and Karen arrived at the hotel, choose the room, and she's trying to key in her details. And then the systems will quote the price and ask for the I think I clicked the wrong link. Let's try again. Yep, okay. So with the latest update, right, if you notice later on, we actually introduce another steps where the guest will have to take a photo of him or herself upon check-in. So while doing so, we notice that there's a lot of guests who are still wearing masks. And then based on the requirements, as of now, we are allowed to take photos of the guests while they wear masks. So there's no requirement for them to remove the mask for the photo. So we have to make sure that we perform some image processing and face recognition so that we are able to do our best in recognition at the kiosk and submit those information to Singapore Immigration Department, right? So for further validation. So this is the part where the guests take photo while wearing mask, right? So we have to submit this image, we have to validate this image and submit a copy of this image to Singapore department. So likewise for Malaysia market, right, this is like an optional features for the hotel to, in the case that they wanted to have a photo of the guest upon arrival, they may turn on this feature. So and then if you notice, we are still using banknotes. When we first started, we imagined the world without using banknotes, but we revert back. So what we learned is that a lot of the guests using check into the hotel still prefer to use, especially the elderly, they prefer to use cash, right? So we have to enable this feature. And on top of that, for the credit card terminal, what you saw here in the middle here, this part, the credit card terminal, it's what we call the unattended credit card terminal. So which means these types of credit card terminals do not have the license to authorize a credit card. The only capability it has is to charge a card, right? Authorized card means I would be able to hold 50 ringgit from your card and I can charge it anytime within the period allowed. So that features is required by the hotel to collect security deposit. or the room is still dirty. So this is the things that the kiosk will have to replace human in all those validation. The guest validation, like what you saw on the passport scanning part, etc. Collect the payment, issue the room key, and bookkeeping. So when it comes to issue room key, the hotel is using mostly NFC room key at the moment, which is a MIFAR standard. And the industry is moving towards mobile key and mobile phone door, right? So as the industry shift, the requirements also shift and the process might change down the road. So later I will show how actually we have to adapt in the changing environment of the hotel that we deploy the kiosk. For the guests in-house, the kiosk will have to entertain, extend stay or shorten stay. Imagine, you are on a business trip, right? You suddenly the meeting call off, you want to shorten the stay. For the hotels which use the kiosk without human manning the counter, the kiosks have to take over the task to address room extension and room shorten stay. All those will have to be taken care well because there's money involved, right? We have to refund the amount or we have to charge more the amount if they extend the stay. Okay, on departure, again, the system will have to do the validation, check the guests, make sure the balance are all paid, collect the key, notify the housekeepers, and make sure the room will be ready for the next guest. So all this is on the front end, behind the scene, right? Also, we have the bookkeeping, right? So while working with a lot of hotel owner, we realize automation has to go far and deep, which means not just automating the operations, we have to automate the accounting part, especially the bookkeeping part, right? Where we actually records the payment receivable, payment collected, etc. correctly, then we automate the bookkeeping part so that the accounts department get to see their business performance in real time. And also there is less human involved in manual bookkeeping. Right, so this is for a simple kiosk. I basically walk you through what happens before, while you are at the hotel, and after you leave the hotel. So this is a typical. This is our ecosystems. I wanted to draw your attention to the kiosk part. If you notice, the kiosk is the hardware and software. So what you see here, the software will have to work with the hardware of the kiosk, the door lock, while it actually connects to the backend through an API, right? So these are the innovations that we have to design carefully, in the sense that because we have to bear in mind that the hotel is evolving, right, in terms of hardware, in terms of also the partners they work with, right? Okay, so this is a screenshot of the kiosk app in desktop mode, right? So the hotels, while we have to address different screen sizes, we have to make sure the application is user, touch enabled. And these are some of the hardware that the hotel get to set on their own. Okay, so the approach that we took while we developed the kiosk app, we took the approach of creating a standardized app that works with different hardware. Okay, so we can't control the hardware that the hotel use, and also we imagine the hotel will buy different kiosks moving forward. What we try to do is to imagine the software as like the operating systems, the hardware as like the computer, right? For example, you may use latest Windows, but you use it on different laptop like Dell, Lenovo, etc. So we imagine the kiosk software to work like an operating system in the sense like Windows, where you could actually use different hardware, like you buy kiosks from different vendors or different machines. So this is what makes it possible. We have to design the software in the sense that it is adaptable, and also it is flexible in the sense that we would be able to change hardware as we move forward. This is the user interface of the kiosk. I think you have seen that in the video. Okay. Some of the customers did ask us, okay, why I have to invest in such a big machines while actually there are technology that, enable, sometimes our home, we do have the pin that we can access your house and your home, right? Why the hotel is still using kiosks with such a big investment, upfront investment? So our take to this is that it takes a while for the hotel to transition from this to mobile phone. Okay, why we said so? If you look into the hotel door locks nowadays, most of the investment put into the hotel room are the old technology where it requires card to enter the room, right? So it still takes a while for the hotel to refresh their door lock to make it digitized so that you would be able to access the room using your smartphone. Having said so, we haven't came to the consensus whether we can trust the phone for passport validation, right? So we can't actually take a photo and say this is a valid passport and submit to immigration department. So the industry will have to come together to decide what kind, or maybe what kind of technology or what kind of algorithm or what kind of validation security, in the sense of security, that we have to build in so that our phone would have the capability to recognize whether it is a valid passport or whatnot. And of course, payment can be easily done now, but some customers still prefer to pay cash. So it takes a while for us to move from the left to the right. And our imagination to this is that we have to build the infrastructure, the tools, so that we could evolve along with the industry, right? So as the hotel progress, our product will have to evolve as well. Okay, so now this is the part where I talk about the technology stacks. Okay, now this is an image we compiled in year 2006, if I recall correctly, many years ago. Okay, before we actually built our business, we were trying to understand the ecosystems, the travel industry, right? So we tried to put logos to the category we created. So by imagining the travelers from going from the top to the hotel, so we try to imagine what are the technology used in the industry that fulfill the journey. So at the top, okay, do bear in mind this is an image we compiled 2000 many years ago. So some of the logo might have moved to different categories, but I believe it is still useful to share here. OTA stands for online travel agencies. Okay, you will notice name like Agoda, Expedia. Why they are called online travel agency instead of hotel agencies, right? Because Agoda, Expedia, Priceline, they do allow you to book beyond hotel rooms, right? Especially like Expedia, most of the US customer book the flight along with the hotel rooms, right? So they recognize them as online travel agencies. And then search is obviously Google search, Yahoo, etc. Then hotel search engine, back in the days when we compiled this, it's a very unique segment where these sites only focus on hotel search. They allow you to search for the hotels and rooms available. And why they deserve a separate category? Because there is this niche where there are certain sites where they only advertise the rooms available for 2 hours. Niche market. Or maybe there are sites like Hotel Tonight, they advertise only hotel rooms that are available tonight, last minute booking. If you are on business trip, you have to stay back for another night. And if you go on Agoda, it is very hard for you to find last minute available room. But instead, you will rely, a website like this where they advertise the available room last minute, right? So then meta search. Okay, a lot of my friends who might confuse Trivago as the same like Agoda, but it's not. Meta search is slightly different in the sense that basically they pull the price from different agencies and compare them for you, right? So that you get to, instead of visiting each of the sites to look at the price, meta search basically aggregate the data in one site so that it helps you in choosing the room. So this is what we categorize them as meta search. So, but nowadays things might have changed. You might notice bookings.com has moved from the right category to OTA because you get to book flight, etc. Right? So, but in general, the category still makes sense, right? So that is the layer where you book. But what actually work with these systems? How the hotel actually work with this all sorts of systems, right? So for bigger hotels, which like Marriott, they work with the GDS because why? They also facilitate their corporate clients in corporate stay. So they have to distribute their room not just to the sites. They have to distribute their room with the offline agencies. They have to distribute their room with with flight itinerary, right? So that's why they are using GDS. Then PMS is the one that I mentioned earlier, where the hotel use it to check in and check out the guests. And why it is here? Because these travel agencies are now pulling data from the PMS on to know what are the price available, whether the room is available, and also, like I mentioned, the guest details have to be sent from them to the PMS. And then channel manager being the middleman, coordinating between the top and the bottom. So this is a very narrow perspective because I'm talking about just hotel. If you broaden it up, there are more than just that. We have tour and activities. Nowadays people call it things to do. Before you plan your trip, you also want to know where to visit. So this is a growing market. And we have airport transfer, car rentals. As you know, this is already being Uber, Grab, etc. So but it was a small market back then in the years when we compiled this image, but this is now huge. There are Airbnb, and if you notice, we actually captured the old Airbnb logo. They were under different market where they convert their house or a room and on a peer basis make it bookable. If you are keen, you can take a screenshot of this and try to explore what are the different segments of this and how you can innovate in the sense that for the hotel industry. Okay, so while talking about this, right, what other things that the industry is moving, like revenue management. Okay, so revenue management being optimizing the ROI for the hotel owner. But this recently gained a lot of attention, especially after the COVID pandemic, where hotels are now even try to use AI to optimize their price inter-day, which means this hour when you look at the price, it's different from the next hour you look at the price. So that is the level of speed they are updating the price to actually attract more bookings to fill up the rooms. So in the past, this role were handled by human, but the best human could do is analyzing past data, and it takes time for them to update. So the industry is now moving towards bot AI to analyze past data, forecast future data, and update it in real time. So there's a lot of innovation going into this space. And bot and voice control with the chat with tools like Siri and whatnot, which it's getting easier for us to actually give a command to machines by using voice. So hotels is also looking at technology where they can actually bring in this experience to the hotel room. Of course, there are many back office automations where we talk about things that happening behind the scene, like how the accounts department work with the front office, etc. And interconnecting different systems so that the system won't work in silos, right? So system has to communicate with each other moving forward for the hotel so that it would be able to operate seamlessly. Okay. Other things that I noticed are like blockchain, machine learning. So okay, I mentioned earlier, hotel is sending data from, OTA are sending reservations data to the PMS, right? So there are many startups trying to use blockchain in the whole process, as in like they actually encrypt the data and also chaining the data from the OTA all the way to PMS. So there's a traceability across systems. Okay, so in the past, there's no traceability and no standardization. So a group of the innovators are trying to use blockchain technology in the sense to track data across systems. Okay. So where we are, we been focused on here, PMS and channel management. Okay, so some of the challenges in the hotel industry. First thing that maybe you can look into is system silos. They are either system silo or technology islands. So there are many systems used by the hotel business are now not interoperate, which means the system do not talk to each other. So there's a lot of opportunity, in the open API data standardization area. Like I mentioned earlier, some people are trying to use blockchain, to standardize and make data traceable. And the next challenge is very fast-paced and ever-changing, because by the time you thought you are done and a new technology came, right? Recently, what we got is like, if you notice, Samsung is releasing foldable phones, right? So we get complaints from the hotels where the guests who use foldable phones won't be able to book seamlessly because the product is not adapted to that space and user interface. I mean, that is just one example, but there are more than that. Like there's a lot of automation required, and people are using AI to try to smartly guess what will happen before it happens, right? So back at Sofin also, we try to do more predictions when it comes to like room usage. So we would be able to predict if the room is overutilized and a maintenance is required based on the data we collected. So, and we also try to spot patterns using our system. And the other technical challenge is digitalizations of everything. Okay, when I say everything, means all the way from towels, like where is the towels, where is the wear and tear, how many times the towel are used. We are not talking about just digitalizations of the room and operations. Nowadays, people make things that are bookable, right? You can book experience, you can book a tour, you can book a snorkeling thing. Basically everything they try to digitize. So these are the challenges in general and some of the opportunities. Of course, when you work with this, you either found a goal or you found a landmine, right? Because some technology just doesn't fit and just doesn't get adopted, right? So, but of course, there's always these innovators who are actually trying to challenge the limit. Okay, the trends that I spot in the hotel and travel industry is the next wave. Okay, we have digitized the room, we have digitized the Airbnb, we have digitized the car transport. So the next thing that got a lot of attention is things to do, right? So when you travel, you travel for activities, right? For experience. So these experiences are now there are many companies trying to innovate to digitize those experience. When I say digitize those experience, not only I meant by making those experience bookable, making those experience available, or even available remotely, right? So, and some of our observation is that customers over 40 years old are normally looks for things to do upon arrival, right? They don't plan ahead, but things start to change because customers under 40 years old will search for things to do before the trip. Why? Because of KOL, key influence opinion leaders, TikTok and whatnot, right? People wanted to visit as many spots as possible for the Instagram, for the photos and whatnot. So that's why that required pre-arrival planning. Before the trip, they have already knew where they are going, they planned their trip up front. Unlike people older than 40 years old, I myself fall into that category. So we normally plan upon arrival. So these are the trend. And then next is chat. Chat is a new user interface. Okay, why I said so is with now ChatGPT ability to simulate response, right? There's a lot of there's already a lot of businesses using chat to do customer support now. Okay, but what we see moving forward, chat will become a user interface. Everything is through chat. Okay, I book a room through chat. I would not say chat will replace the other user interface. I'm saying that chat would become a new avenue, right? If you are especially complex thing, for example, how do I file for a cancellation? Then these are typically questions that you need to go through hoops and multiple steps to complete a task, right? So chat will become a new user interface that reduce the frictions for new users to understand how it works behind the scene. And it is crucial for businesses to understand how chat would make a huge difference in the sense how they serve the customer. The next thing is like we knew this world 3D, we live in a physical space, but moving forward, we have this fusion of virtual world and reality, right? They are coining this word metaverse. It's a new space. So a lot of the technology we are working now, we have to now reimagine it, right? So maybe hotel front desk might one day not working on a desk. They do not need a counter because they would have a spec which has access to all the user interface and tell them when the guest arrival, which room needs to be clean, etc., without actually using a computer, right, or a laptop. So these are the new space that will have a lot of innovations at how we design the user interface, how we actually prompt the users, how actually we transmit data, etc. So these are the things. Okay, the part that I wanted to talk further is like giving you an example in our sense how we help the automation. So imagine on the left, you are making a bookings. We have these few products that work hand in hand to serve the hotel guests. If you make a booking, the booking will go to the channel manager. And the channel manager will send your reservation details to the PMS. And then you arrive at the hotel. Okay. So while now with the kiosk, the kiosk will need to work with the PMS so to enable the check-in. And behind the scenes, the system will have to coordinate the housekeeping, the accounts department. If a guest reported leaking air cons, the system will need to notify the engineering departments. So this is what's happening behind the scene. And let's zoom into just one thing, channel manager, why it is needed. Okay, so imagine for a hotel, they sell on 3 platforms. They have 30 rooms. Okay, if a hotel sold a room, for example, on bookings.com, so they have 29 rooms left, right? So in the past, hotel will have to go log into Agoda, log into Expedia, and update the room to 29 manually, right? Because otherwise, then they will have overbooking, people arriving at the hotel without rooms available for them. So channel manager's role is to make this process auto, which means whenever a channel sold a room, the system will automatically update the rest of the connected channel. Okay, so this is one example of automation happenings behind the scene. This is a simplified version of what happened, but you get the idea. But the complexity grow as there are so many channels and there are so many data involved, like price, charge, tax, and to make it even worse, if you have, I'm not sure if you have this experience before, we've seen a trend where you could book on Agoda, but the hotel received the sales from Ctrip. How that can happen? Okay, imagine my hotel has a contract with Ctrip to allow them to sell 10 rooms for me, my hotel, right? And Ctrip go to Agoda, hey, I have this 10 room from this hotel. Would you be able to sell on my behalf? This is a B2B deal between us, right? So they made my hotel bookable on Agoda. So as a guest, you book on Agoda, Agoda will send you a ticket, but Agoda will tell Ctrip, Ctrip will tell me as a hotelier, you receive a booking. So this is what happening in the past 3 years, and it's very messy, right? You will, so that sometimes do not blame the front desk representative if you arrive with the Agoda ticket, they can't find your booking because why? Your record is under Ctrip, maybe, right? So we have to actually work out a way to actually standardize all this. Now, this is what we call cross-selling, and there are still a lot of things happening behind the scene. Okay, so you have seen this. This is our ecosystem, and I have shown the kiosk. Okay, behind the scene, we have the PMS, which work with the channel manager and the OTAs. Now the PMS have to work with the payment gateway to collect payments. One of the things that I mentioned that the hotel is suffering of slowing margin, right? So what the industry innovate in a way is meta search. Google is innovating in the sense that they try to make the field level for the hotel and OTA. So if you go to Google and you type or look for a hotel, you will notice that now Google actually show the price for the hotel across board, right? And this data is actually picked from online travel agencies and also from SoftIn. So imagine we are actually pushing this data to Google, and Google is showing now the price of the official websites given by the hotel for the guests, so that the guests would be able to book directly. If you notice, the price is different here. When I click GM Hotel, this is the SoftIn booking engine, and this is the price I seen on Google, 99 ringgit, as seen on Google. So this is the technology that Google trying to level the playing field, right? So that they don't favor either the OTA or the hotel direct booking engines, right? So everyone's competing at the same level, and they are trying to advertise the price from different sources. And this technology is at the moment available for hotel and resorts. And SoftIn is now working with Google to also enable this technology for vacation rentals, which means that Airbnb, homestays, etc. Right. So then, yeah, I think I have shown this. This is the hotel prices, I think. Okay. I think the last 5 minutes I will talk about the product design. Okay. So we are a small company, but this is the process we use. We go by product roadmap, and we have features sponsors, which means every product features we have an internal and external sponsors, as in like there is one user who requested this, and there's one internal person in charge who actually work with the users to put product requirements into the process. Then if it is a very big module, it requires a budget approval, and then we work on the UI designs. And before we went on to build the product, this is a learning, right? In the past, we go on to design the product, and then build it and release without getting feedback, right? So we end up delivering the wrong products to the customers, and we have to redo it. So it is very costly if we don't have gain feedback as early as possible from the sponsors. Then after the release, we will also do feedback collections from the sponsors, so that we are actually three points here: collecting the requirements, making sure we understand their requirements, and making sure that they get and happy with the delivered product. So this is a process we use and repeat. Okay, so if I walk you through to imagine the companies from small to now, you could see that with 0 concurrent users, which means like the hotel don't use it 24/7. We have 2 programmers. We have no process in place. So this is the time where a few programmers come together and build fast, right? We do not need to pay so much attention to the requirements, but rather we want to build the basic prototype, okay? When it starts to grow and when it go into like 30 concurrent users, we need to start coordination. We use Excel to coordinate. We have a tester before we release the product. And as we grow further, we have also other process where we have more programmers, and we have to introduce design process. We have peer review. Sometimes I found that developers have different approach, as in like philosophy. They have different way to build things, right? So a peer review of the product and code is important, so that the whole structure of the program is kind of like aligned, right? So we won't have too many different approach to solve problems, so that the code can be maintainable, right? Next, what I wanted to talk about is the architecture. So when we have lesser programmers, we use very simple structure. Then we move on to cloud, and now we are using microservices and event grid. These are some of the programming languages we use also as we evolve. Okay, so this is a simplified diagram that shows that 3 different stages. While we have less than 30 hotels, it's very simple. Basically, we connect our web server to the internet, right? Only 1 web services and 1 database, right? Then as we grow, we have to introduce different zones so that we manage the traffic from different countries. And we have to do load balancer, because as more users use it, right? Some users are heavy users. They use a lot of memory and data. So we have to load balance it so that it does not impact the experience of the other users, right? So cloud servers has the ability to load balance and also scale the server as more usage of the machines come in, right? So as a business also, we have to look into budget as well and forecast, so that we do not blow our budget, right? So then we obviously have to look at the data and metric and the usage. So from 1 services, we go into multiple services, multi-database, and we start tracking all the web services. I think this number is, we have more than 150 concurrent users now. So when this image zoom out, okay, now what we have to build is we have to make deployment seamless, so that we have to deploy fixes to bug quick, so that we cannot wait for a weekly release. So if there's a bug, the moment we fix the bug, it has to release after the test. So we have to automate that part. We are getting challenges mid of last year, where we have too many users that the server can take, right? Then while with the budget, we can't actually simply just increase more server. So we end up restructure the whole program, restructure the whole framework, so that we can handle that amount of load. Okay. So this is the Google Analytics that I captured this morning, 10:30. So there are 192 users on our web, right? Then we also use tools like this to track the performance of the kiosk. So this is something that we do to know. Imagine if a guest uses a kiosk and it gets an error, right? Before the guest picks up the phone and asks the hotel, we have already got the notification, right? So we knew the problem before the hotels even reported. So this is how we make sure we monitor the usage and we address problem prior to because sometimes problem didn't get reported, right? So we have to rely on systems to track. And yeah, I think that's all from my side. I have covered basically what I knew about the industry, and hopefully you gain some insights into the industry, and hopefully more innovators will look into innovating in this space. Thank you. Okay, pass back to you, Dr. Mira.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jisin, for the quite interesting presentation, right? It's very amazing for me. The hotel kiosk is very complex software, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we believe you have some question for the speaker, and in the chat box, I see the three question. I think I will read for the first question, Mr. Jisin. The first question from Dava. Dava asked about, I'm curious to learn how you effectively manage diverse requirements from both governmental authorities and hotels. Given the variation in rules and demands, this task seems challenging. Any insight into your approach could prove valuable for me. Perhaps I could adopt some of your strategies.
Okay, thank you, Dafa, for the questions. I can't manage requirements because the government decide when they decide, right? What we learn, the way we design the systems, we try to structure in the sense that there is always a layer of adapter, right? For example, this is how you process the data. This is what the government requirements. There is this middle layer we call adapter, where we adapt to different requirements. So the adapter is what we need to innovate when there's a change of requirement, change of data given, change of recognizing the data. But how we save them is the same, right? So whenever there's a change of text, the text data being saved is the same, but how we calculate and all that is the adapter. So that approach helps us a lot in the sense, not just on the PMS side, even on the kiosk side. For example, the process of having working with different countries, authorities, right? They have different requirements. So we have that layer of in software we call it inversion of control, IOC, right? So we let the adapter control the process so that the user would be able to choose different process instead of going through the same one that we designed, right? So, and we have to innovate fast. I think in terms of structure, adapter, IOC, and in terms of team, we have to innovate fast and deploy fast. There's only one way to actually adapt that because we are not involved in the decisions when the government make choices of how they we did not get ourselves involved in the process. So we always have to make sure we are fast and nimble. Yeah.
Okay, there's a answer, Dava. It's enough for the answer.
I hope so.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, we can move to the second question from Lovanto. Lovanto asked Mr. Jishin about what are some of the biggest challenges that hotel technology stack face when it comes to production stage using microservice architecture.
I would say this is rather more internal. For soft-in, right, the challenges we see is the lack of planning and standardization, because as we adopt microservices, which means we have developer building their own services, right? But as we started with microservices, we did not plan, right? What we learned on a hindsight is that we should have planned how the microservices orchestrate, which means we have to standardize the data, we have to standardize the process, also we have to standardize the way we log the tasks given to the microservices. This is on a hindsight because we went through a period where we found out that there are so many microservices that we deploy to the server, and we kind of lost track of how it is orchestrated, which means everyone does their own thing, as in like you have a big organization, everyone does their own thing, but the CEO do not know who do what, who do this thing first after the other, right? So if what we learned is that a bit of planning, a bit of coordination will go a long way. That is as far as what we have learned, but we believe we are still also on the search of what kind of framework we could adopt in microservices when we orchestrate all the small components of the systems. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think basically a bit of planning, that's what I have in mind at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. How about the answer, Lovanto, is enough? Okay. Thing is, okay, we can go to third question from Candiva. Candiva asks you about how can we use the old data that still uses manual records before it was in the application, because if we input it manually, it's very inefficient and time consuming.
Okay. So if you are talking about the data that, okay, if we are talking about data that is not digitized, which means pen and paper, right? You could actually develop, which we did, you could actually scan paper that has certain table format like this, right? And try to put it into Excel, and then you write codes to actually housekeeping it, and then you import to a system. If you're talking about offline data, that's how we do, right? But if you are talking about updating the database where you have existing data in the systems, there are obviously tools out there to you to provision the data while it is on production server. So we are using entity framework with a migration process where if we introduce a new columns and removing certain columns, we can write code to process before we actually goes live. And one thing we learned for different types of persisting data approach has to be used, right? We cannot use one size fit all technology. For cloud, we are looking at SQL Server, but for mobile apps, for kiosks, right, we adopted what we call a serverless database, which means it's very document-based type of database where we could just deploy the app and the database will adapt based on the app, right? So that you do not need to tell the customers, hey, I want to update the kiosk, but I need 2-3 hours to update the database before I deploy update. No, it doesn't work that way. We have to deploy fast within 1 minute, transfer the file, run. The application should work with the document type database to update, right? So we try to go with schemaless and document-based database when it comes to on client-side application. Yeah. if that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. How about the answer? Can Diva? It's answer your question. Okay, I think yes.
You can actually ask further if you have your specific scenario. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Before can Diva the answer, I think we have one question from Dahwan. Dahwan asks you about how do analytical system within the hotel technology stack assist management in making better decision.
Okay. So, like what I mentioned, with the PMS, there's a lot of data collected, right? So most of the traditional software look at historical data, right? So moving forward, I believe there is with certain mathematical model, we could actually do forecasts, right? With forecasts, actually, you may use machine learning or AI or I don't know whatever technology in place to actually study the forecast and introduce action, right? So I believe to simplify it from our perspective, we always look at things in a simple manner where historical data, forecast, and analyze the forecast and take action. So that in a simplified manner, that's how we approach, I believe.
Okay, Dahwan, how about the answer? Okay, but okay, good. Can Diva ask again to you? How about the configuration?
Yeah.
I think it's the
So
beginning of the question. It seems
yeah.
like hard to do.
Yeah, it is not easy. I'm not gonna lie, but for that's why we get to take customers' money, right? But in terms of configurations, we try to do as much self-service as possible. So we have to make the user interface intuitive enough for non-technical users like hoteliers to configure the system, right? So we are still learning how to make it easier, but it is a journey. So it is not easy to configure, but yeah, we always look at the data, look at the problem, and that's why we actually track the usage on the web, we track the usage on the kiosk, and whichever applications we devise, and we try to track, and we try to spot odd behavior, like there are certain page where the user make many clicks, especially a burst of clicks. When you have see a burst of clicks means that they are frustrated. Right, so and also on certain page and then certain behavior where they actually do many clicks before the actual action. So those are the things that we have to uncover from the data we collected. So yeah, I mean, like look at the data to simplify the configurations. Yeah, and also one thing we learned with working with SME, smaller hotels, is that you can always make an assumptions of default configuration, right? Based on the data, look at the most common configurations, have it by default for all of them. So the moment they apply for an account, those settings is already done for them, right? So they only customize and tweak instead of like start from scratch. So that's what that is our approach working with small businesses. So but we can always assume the common use case and let them tweak from there.
Okay, Ken, how about the answer? Are you agree with the answer? Maybe. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Yisin. Okay, but we have more time. Please, if you have a question, you can ask with typing in the chat box, or maybe you can ask directly to Mr. Jisin. Okay, Mr. Jisin, I have some question. As we know, this software is very complex, right? Because as many hotel can join in this using this software, right? So I think it's you said in the first presentation you mentioned about the concurrence users, right? Okay. I think it's not only concurrent user. So when we talk about concurrent user, so we can have a concurrent about data and the other process, right? Now, I want to ask about the conflict. Okay, when the conflict is come in the requirement, is a specific method to solve the conflict in the software, maybe?
Uh, Dr. Mira, you are talking about conflict in terms
Requirement
of
conflict.
user requirements?
Yes, you say.
Okay. So that's why there's a lot of configurations and setting in place that we enable so that we allow the customers to choose what works best for their process and environment. And we built the product specifically for hotels with 80 rooms. So that helps us in narrowing down the types of customers we have and also the requirements that we receive, right? So because for a chain, 5-star hotels would have a very different requirements if compared to a boutique 80 rooms hotel. So we always solve that by turning on settings. Just for example, for the kiosk, right? Recently, what we introduced to the kiosk is that we have hotels which go for the lowest spec CPU, Celeron generation 4, 3 GB of RAM, versus hotels will go with i5 latest generation 8 GB of RAM. So the experience to the customers, the guests, has to be configured so that they won't have bad experience using the lower spec CPU, right? So the software do have tweaking in the sense that actually we came up with templates, as in like, okay, if you use the lower specs, you pick this template, and the template kind of configure the speed, how fast we take photo, how fast we process data, how many concurrent tasks or thread we are using at the kiosk, and it boils down to the part where we have certain features turned off, for that configuration. So there, in the sense that how we manage the conflict from the customers of different requirements, we can't. For us, we look at different requirements as opportunity for us, Dr. Mira. So I'm not sure if that makes sense, because in the sense, if the hotels would have different requirements, which means we are further segmentizing our customers, right? So resorts might operate slightly different from shop lot hotel, right? So that's why there are these different requests and requirements. So we kind of build our understanding of the industry that way, that by creating templates. Okay, this is resort format, this is hotel format, right? So we can't handle conflicts, but rather embrace it as a requirements and try to find denominators and make sure both customers are happy. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Because the conflict is important to resolve, yes, in the concurrent process. Okay, we have other question in the chat box from Fadli. Fadli asked you about, are there any integration challenges you have encountered when connecting the different components of the technology stack? How do you usually overcome those challenges, especially for major components?
Okay. Yeah. So for the integration, like what I mentioned earlier, the way we design the system always have the source, the destination, and adapter, right? So we try to approach most of the integration problem in that sense. So the adapter is mostly implemented using interface, inversion of control. So that general guidelines and philosophy actually help us work with different components. Then in terms of integration challenges, mostly the challenges came from proprietary systems and also old systems where there is a lack of documentation and also lack of updates to the software. For example, we still have to issue certain hardware. Nowadays we still have to communicate with some of the device using serial port, imagine, right? And they can't operate beyond certain speed, and there's no data accuracy check. If your packet is lost, it's lost, right? So those are the challenges. But for the new components and the new partners, most of them, they are adopting new standards, and it is always an ongoing process of how we do integration. So, but the general guidelines of using adapter in the middle, right, and using interface, using IOC, helps us. And the way we design the system, sometimes we try not to jump into writing code, right, but rather took the real object-oriented approach. We tried not to write codes, but to think thoroughly. What is the responsible of this device, this partner, this integration? And we have them documented, and we have them put as an requirements of interface, right? And then all the other components of the same category follow the same interface, follow the same standard. So then it is easier for our teams to contribute and come together, because they build the adapter layer that follows the interface that we have defined from the start. So of course, from time to time, we discover that there are new interfaces required, but that is a good thing. We just add a new requirements to the document, like all the partners have to implement this so that it works with us. Otherwise, we have to turn off certain features, for example, if the interface is not fulfilled. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Fadli, how about the answer? Okay, before we get the answer from Fadli, I think the question come again from Mr. Q or Mr. Q Zian. Okay, I have tried the earlier search on the GM Metro at Sunway. I understand that we can book under the all option, direct booking from Softin. For my personal experience, I rarely check on the all option. Does this mean Softin will also need to educate user to always check on the all option? Is this the only way to check or book the available hotels through Softin?
Yeah, I think for this, we can educate the users, but actually there's a tussle of war between direct bookings, which means the all option versus the OTA, because we have to work with Google to actually show the best data of best interest of the users for Google, right? So, and a Google answer to this is very diplomatic, in the sense whoever provide the most rich data will get higher priority. So which means for player like us, instead of educating the customers, we have to look into how we provide rich data, like the in-depth data of the hotels. Information is not available on Agoda, right? To actually push the data upwards. And in terms of what you saw, it's on Google Map, right? But there are also many other avenues. People who actually use Waze, people who use Google Map directly, right? So the way Google presenting the data, it's beyond our control. But one thing we always ask the hotel to do is to try to sell on attractive rate directly, because in the sense, if they book directly with you, as a hotel, you don't have to pay commission, right? So in the sense, it is the best channel for you to receive booking. So hotels should actually look into that and optimize the price, make sure it is attractive to their customers, and or even better, try to differentiate the offer, like throw in some early check-in offers when they book directly with the hotel, etc. Right? So Dr. Mira, I think I misunderstood you when you said conflict in the concurrent process. You are talking about technical conflict. Is
Yes.
it? Okay. So if we are adopting, I would like to address that. If we are talking about multi-thread processing, that when things come into conflict, right? So we encounter that recently. What we found out, if you took up the latest, we are using .NET. We took up the latest we took up the latest .NET Core 6 and 7. There is this cancellation token framework, and also thread. A lot of the process are more thread safe now, and there's a framework for us, for given by them to us application developer, to make sure multi-thread processings are safe, and even if one fail, it would not crash the whole application. Right, so I think that is beyond what I can answer, but I knew there are developments in .NET that they address those issues by providing a better SDK and also better framework for us. There's this cancellation token class given by them that is super stable, and we are using it on the kiosk. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the answer. How about the answer, Miss or Mr. Chu? Okay, thank you. I think we have half. Okay, we have more time, but no question again for in the chat box. I have one question. Okay, maybe this is the last question for me. You mentioned about a UI process, right? UI process. I think it's very not easy to design a user interface in another yes, a country maybe in or maybe everyone have a persona is not the same persona, and when we build the software like kiosk is, I think UI is important to us. How the team design the UI, can you maybe share to us about that?
Okay, so for us, we are we do not have a dedicated team or person that looks into the UI UX design, right? So because we are so small in the sense that we are still focusing on getting things to work and deliver the values. But not saying UI UX has no value. It has a lot of values, but now we have just started using Figma, which is online collaborative UI UX design tool. And we introduce Figma into our product design process, where I mentioned we are getting requirements, and also we gain feedback from the sponsors, right? So the steps where we gain feedback from the sponsors is where we show the prototype or drawing in Figma to the sponsors and ask them for the feedback. And sometimes when it comes to personas, we do not have a lot of capital to actually run user tests, right? So, but instead what we do is we try to get 5 customers or users of the product to at least tell us what makes sense and what doesn't, right? So especially we try to avoid technical programmers as a user, because they know the product so well. So we try to, I sometimes use I ask my friend for help, people who do not know, and we ask for hotel front desk representative to take a look. And then, these are the insights we can get from users. So, and again, that is pre-releasing the product. After releasing, we can always collect data, and we will know whether the design need a rework or not, right, from the analytics. So yeah, I think based on my understanding, there's still a lot more to be done on that area. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jisin, for the insight.
Dr. Mira.
It's not,
Yeah.
and again, maybe, ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
have any question?
If not,
Okay.
then yeah.
No question. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jisin, for the insight. And please allow me to conclude some important point from this session. I think in this session, when we using technology stack for this application, I think in hotel application, we need to concern about some point is I think it's the concurrence user is important things to everyone see about the application, and when we using the hotel technology stack, we can have a collection of software application and platform used by hotel to manage the daily operation and provide guests with the best possible experience, right? I think it's the end of the session. So I will close the session. Maybe MC can get the session. Thank you, Mr. Jisin.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mira. Okay, so before we end this session, I would like to have some photo session, okay, with everyone. So could you please switch on your camera, everyone, so that we can see your face. Okay, thank you, thank you. Please switch on. Anybody else? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zakwan. Thank you. Okay, so anybody else want to on your camera? Okay, please, I give you some time to on your camera. Okay, since we still have some time, so I give you some time to on your camera. All right. Okay, so I will count until 3. Okay, for the photo session. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, so for this room, basically, we will continue with a closing ceremony at 4:15. 4:15, we will have a closing ceremony at this room. Okay, so for now, we will have a break first. Okay, and then we will continue at 4:15. Okay, so hope you will be there. Okay, so stay tuned and see you there. Thank you very much, everyone, and bye-bye.